I scared you. Hey. Hey, everybody. Yo, I remember all of you. You're subscribed. What's up? Thanks for subscribing. What's up? Thank you so much for subscribing. I know all of you. I'm logging in. Hi. Hey. What's up? What's up? Oh, it's gonna ask me for my email. I need to be right back. Hey, love you too. Thank you. I'm chilling. I'm hanging out tonight. Hello. Okay. Nice to see you guys. Hi. Hey. Here we go. Let's go. Back to cutting the trees. Thank you so much. 85 wood cutting right here. Okay. Cutting these trees. Let me do a dance for everybody. Back to cutting the trees, dude. This is old school RuneScape. Cut it. Hey, thank you. Thanks for saying you like my videos. Double tap if you do. How you been? How you been? How you been? It's pretty fun. It was fun. I said my basil is my potatoes. I said my basil is My basil's amazing. My potatoes. Wait, what did I say? My basil. Let me see what I said. Hold on. Are you here? Can you hear me? I said my basil is nice. My potatoes are ripe. And I gotta finish it. My basil is nice. My potatoes are ripe. My grains are the rice. Yeah, I'm not your teacher. I'm not your teacher. It's cool. Ricky, what's up? What's up? Don't be late to class. Larry, don't make me use that pic for my profile pic. What's up, dude? CJ, hello, bro. Much love, man. Um, my basil is nice. My potatoes are ripe. My grains are the rice. My basil is nice. My potatoes are ripe. My grace is my grains are the rice. My peaches are bright. My garden is nice. My garden is great. Myself, guys. You ever say a silly rhyme? You ever come up with a silly rhyme? My basil is nice. My potatoes are ripe. My garden is hype. My peppers are tight. Rapping about basil. Are you a Hulk Hogan fan? Yeah, I mean, I get him confused with Ric Flair a lot. Woo! Hulk Hogan, what was his thing? It was brother. I think that was his thing, saying brother. He blocked my brother on Twitter. True story. Hulk Hogan blocked my brother on Twitter. way back, way back in the day. He said he used to say stupid stuff on Twitter. I think he almost had more followers than me on Twitter. Um, he said something. I'll smack you, brother. I can't. I can't. He was just playing around. um, R.I.P. Hulk Hogan. Hello, hello. Because it was funny back in the day, like Twitter, you could actually communicate with the superstars, and you usually have to say something wild to get their attention on a tweet. Um, trolling. Hi, Turner K. Well, um, hope you're doing good. Hi, Kaio. I'm playing RuneScape. Oops, I'm sorry. I didn't mean to. Cutting down trees. I'm level 85. Excuse me. Hey, hello, Jess. Zobbles, Jennifer, or Autumn. Excuse me. My bad. Get slow poke. Oh, now he's mad. It does get dark earlier. I figured it. That's the. Alright, best caption gets pinned. Best caption gets pinned. Stretch Armstrong. Yeah, that's funny. Me and my dad were just talking about Stretch Armstrong yesterday. I don't think he's seen this. Hey chat, welcome. Me and my monkey. Hello everybody. It's me. Please, leave a thumbs up. Thumbs up, please. So, hello Bree. Hello Gaio. How y'all doing? What's up? Chat. Chat. Somebody say something. Chat. Sean. Give me a fist bump. He's reading all the comments. Gaio. Y'all, thanks for leaving a like. Thanks for leaving a like. Shout out to Dave. He gets mad when you poke him. See? He gets more angry. Yeah, he's pretty mad now. This is as mad as it gets. XO Sigma. Hey, hello. What monkey from where? Um, from the store. I think you can find at Walmart. Wait. Bye, guys. Oh, I forgot. I'm playing RuneScape. Okay, let me get back to just talking. It's great to see you. Random shout out to Miji. Just because. And everybody, bro. Thanks. Hey, Autumn. Lexi, Monique. Excuse me. What is my message to the world? I was just about to go there. I just searched Jesus' behavior on the cross. And we're going to see what AI says.
Jesus demonstrated profound compassion, forgiveness, and composure while suffering on the cross, persecutors, comforting others, and remaining committed to his purpose. He prayed for his executioners, saying, "Father, forgive them, for they do not know what they are doing." He showed concern for others, reassuring the repentant thief, "Today you will be with me in paradise," and caring for his mother by entrusting her to John despite physical agony. Jesus did not retaliate or complain. He endured mockery and pain silently, focusing on completing his mission. Jesus cried out, my God, why have you forsaken me?" reflecting the spiritual weight he bore, but also pointing others toward the meaning of his suffering. With his final breath, he proclaimed, "It is finished." signifying the completion of his sacrificial work and the reconciliation between humanity and God. Physically, he experienced extreme pain, struggling to breathe, scraping his battered back on the wood, and suffering dehydration and suffocation. Jesus' behavior on the cross exemplified self-control, mercy, and dedication, fulfilling his role as a suffering Messiah and model of sacrificial love.
Okay. Okay. Cool.
Jesus' central words and actions on the cross regarding reconciliation are found in his prayer, "Father, forgive them, for they do not know what they are doing," expressing forgiveness even toward those who caused his suffering. This statement embodies the essence of reconciliation, restoring broken relationships, both between God and humanity and between people. Essential context. According to Christian teaching, the cross itself is described as the place where reconciliation is achieved, bringing peace between God and humanity. New Testament passages, such as Romans 5:10, 2 Corinthians 5:18-19, and Colossians 1:20, teach that Jesus' sacrificial death reconciled us to God and made peace through the blood of his cross, enabling forgiveness of sins. Jesus also taught about reconciliation in interpersonal relationships. In Matthew 5:24, he commanded, "First be reconciled to your brother," emphasizing that believers must seek peace and repair broken relationships as a practical outworking of his message. Additional relevant detail. After the resurrection, Jesus greeted his disciples with "Peace be with you," indicating that his finished work on the cross had secured the peace and reconciliation promised throughout Scripture. In summary, Jesus' key words and actions regarding reconciliation, offering forgiveness from the cross and fulfilling God's plan to restore peace, are foundational to Christian understanding of the cross as both a spiritual and relational accomplishment.
Interesting. I said interesting. Continue the conversation. How you feel. Oh no. I lost it. Yep, I lost it. Alright. Where's my tablet? Oh, where's my tablet? Okay. Okay. Interesting. Sorry, wait.
Jesus Christ's beginnings, according to Christian tradition and historical sources, center on his birth around 4-6 BC in Bethlehem to Mary and Joseph, with a unique conception attributed to the Holy Spirit. Birth and early life. Jesus was born in Bethlehem, after Mary and Joseph traveled there for a Roman census, as narrated in the Gospels of Matthew and Luke. The infant Jesus was laid in a manger and visited by shepherds. Wise men recognized him as the future king of the Jews, which led King Herod to order the massacre of young boys in Bethlehem. Jesus' family escaped to Egypt, returning to Nazareth in Galilee after Herod's death. Childhood. At age 12, Jesus went to Jerusalem for Passover, where he was found in the temple discussing religion with teachers, indicating precocious wisdom and early awareness of his divine role. Baptism and start of ministry. As a young man, Jesus was baptized by John the Baptist. This marked the beginning of his public ministry and is considered the start of the gospel of Jesus Christ in some Christian interpretations. Summary of belief. Christians believe Jesus was both divine and human, the Son of God born to a virgin. His early life fulfilled prophecies about the Messiah, and after his ministry, death, and resurrection, Jesus' followers became convinced he was the risen Christ, sparking the beginnings of Christianity. Most of these events are sourced from the New Testament Gospels, which sometimes differ in detail and chronology. Historians support Jesus' existence and the basic outlines of his life, though specifics are debated.
What is debated? Interesting. So, okay.
Key debated aspects about the beginnings of Jesus Christ include the exact year and circumstances of his birth, historical accuracy of gospel accounts, and supernatural elements. Date of birth. The year is debated, with most modern scholars suggesting between 6 and 4 BC, correlating to the death of King Herod. However, discrepancies in gospel references to censuses and rulers complicate this dating. Census and historical records. Luke links Jesus' birth to a census under Quirinius, but Roman records suggest the census he refers to happened in AD 6-7, after Herod's death, conflicting with Matthew's account, which places the birth during Herod's reign. Various attempts to harmonize these accounts exist, but none are universally accepted among historians. Location. While tradition holds Jesus was born in Bethlehem, some scholars debate whether this is historically accurate or a theological motif, as there is limited evidence outside scriptures. Supernatural claims. The stories of virgin birth and angelic visitations provoke skepticism among critics who challenge supernatural elements in the narrative. Influence of pagan myths. Some critics and Protestant groups argue aspects of the nativity story borrow from pagan traditions, though this is more debated in comparative religion than mainstream biblical scholarship. In summary, the exact date, historical circumstances, and some supernatural claims about Jesus' birth are not conclusively resolved, leading to ongoing scholarly and theological debate.
Okay. Hmm. Hey.
Jesus' first works that convinced many he was the Messiah were his first public miracles, starting with turning water into wine at the wedding in Cana, an event regarded as the initial sign pointing to his divine identity. Essential details. This miracle, performed quietly but witnessed by his newly chosen disciples and others, sparked faith in those present, signaling God's power and marking the start of Jesus' public ministry. Next, he performed healings, exorcisms, and miracles, healing an official's son in Capernaum, driving out evil spirits, and curing the sick. These acts, accompanied by authoritative teachings and compassion, astonished crowds and spread his reputation, fitting Jewish expectations of a Messiah who would wield divine power. The signs did not just awe witnesses, they revealed his glory and led many to believe in him, fulfilling prophecies and setting him apart from ordinary teachers or prophets. In summary, turning water into wine, healing the sick, and casting out demons were Jesus' first works, suggesting to many that he was the awaited Messiah. As the Gospels consistently present these as public demonstrations of divine authority witnessed by followers and crowds. The most relevant scripture for Jesus' first public work that suggested he was the Messiah is the account of his first miracle, turning water into wine at the wedding in Cana. This is found in John 2 verses 1 to 11. John 2 verses 1 to 11. NIV describes how Jesus, his mother Mary and his disciples attended a wedding in Cana of Galilee. When the wine ran out, Mary told Jesus, and he instructed the servants to fill 6 stone water jars with water, which he then miraculously turned into wine. The master of the banquet recognized it as high-quality wine, better than what was served earlier. This miracle is described as the first sign through which Jesus revealed his glory, and it caused his disciples to believe in him. This passage is central to understanding how Jesus first demonstrated divine power publicly, which led many to believe he was the Messiah. If you want additional scriptures about his early miracles or works that pointed to his messianic identity, please let me know.
Messianic. Yeah, messianic. Messiah. Hi, chat. Hi.
Got it. Since you said yes, I'll expand on more scriptures about Jesus' early miracles and works that made people believe he could be the Messiah, beyond just John 2:111, water into wine.
Hey, I'm happy I could see you hang out. Hello, guys. Ladies and
Healing the
gentlemen.
official son, John 4:4654, in Cana, where he had turned water into wine. Jesus healed a royal official's son in Capernaum simply by speaking the words, "Your son will live." The man believed before seeing the result, and when the healing occurred at the exact time Jesus spoke, he and his whole household believed too. Casting out an unclean spirit, Mark 1:2128 and Luke 4:3137. In the synagogue at Capernaum, Jesus commanded an impure spirit to leave a man. Witnesses were amazed. What is this? A new teaching, and with authority. He even gives orders to impure spirits and they obey him. His fame spread quickly through the region. 3. Healing Simon Peter's mother-in-law, Mark 1:2931 and Matthew 8:1415. Jesus healed her fever instantly, and she began to serve them. This was followed by many healings and exorcisms in the town. 4. The great catch of fish and calling of first disciples, Luke 5:111. After an unproductive night, Jesus told Simon Peter to cast the nets again. The miraculous catch was so great the nets began to break. Peter responded by acknowledging his sinfulness, and Jesus called him to be a fisher of men. This miracle not only impressed but personally transformed the disciples. 5. Healing a man with leprosy.
Hey.
Mark 1:4045
Go
and
charge
Luke
my phone.
5:1216. A leper begged Jesus to make him clean. Jesus touched him, breaking social taboos, and instantly healed him. The news spread rapidly, drawing large crowds. If you want, I can list these in chronological order as presented in each gospel so you can see the progression of early signs and how they built Jesus' messianic reputation. Would you like me to do that?
Hey, it's me, 944. Good. Trying to hit 50. Good. Post a nice video. Good job, bro. I'm happy for you. You're almost at 100. But you're on the way to 200, right? On the way to 200.
John 3:16. For God so loved the world that he gave his one and only Son, that whoever believes in him shall not perish but have eternal life. Importance. This verse summarizes the core Christian belief in salvation and God's unconditional love for humanity through Jesus Christ. It offers hope of eternal life to believers too. Jeremiah 29 hours and 11 minutes. For I know the plans I have for you, declares the Lord. Plans to prosper you and not to harm you. Plans to give you hope and a future. Importance. This verse reassures believers that God has a purposeful, good plan for their lives, even in difficult times, providing hope and trust in divine guidance. 3. Romans 8:28. And we know that in all things God works for the good of those who love him, who have been called according to his purpose. Importance. It affirms that God actively works through life's circumstances for the benefit of believers, encouraging trust and endurance in hardships. 4. Philippians 4:13. I can do all things through him who gives me strength. Importance. This verse speaks to finding strength and capability through faith in Christ, inspiring confidence and perseverance. 5. Genesis 1:1. In the beginning God created the heavens and the earth. Importance. It establishes God as the creator, laying the foundation for understanding the divine origin of all creation. 6. Proverbs 3:5-6. Trust in the Lord with all your heart and lean not on your own understanding. In all your ways acknowledge him, and he will make your paths straight. Importance. This counsels trust and submission to God's wisdom over personal judgment, promising guidance and success in life's journey. 7. Matthew 28 hours and 19 minutes. Therefore go and make disciples of all nations, baptizing them in the name of the Father and of the Son and of the Holy Spirit. Importance. Known as the Great Commission. This is a central call to evangelism and sharing the Christian faith globally. These verses are widely cited for their encouragement, theological significance, and practical guidance for faith and life. If you'd like, I can explain more verses and their meanings. Just say more.
You too have a great day. Yes, I remember you all. Thanks for subscribing.
Genesis 1:26. Let us make man in our image. Meaning, this verse highlights that humans were created in God's image, implying dignity, value, and a unique relationship with God. It teaches about human identity and purpose too. Exodus 20:12. Honor your father and your mother. Importance. This commandment comes with the promise of well-being and long life, emphasizing the importance of family respect and social order. 3. Joshua 1:9. Be strong and courageous. Meaning, God's encouragement to face challenges with courage and faith assures believers of his presence and support. 4. Psalm 23:4. Though I walk through the valley of the shadow of death. Significance. This verse offers comfort, demonstrating God's protective care during the darkest and most fearful times. 5. Isaiah 41 hours and 10 minutes. Fear not, for I am with you. Meaning, God reassures his followers of his support, encouraging them to live without fear because of his strength. 6. John 14:6. I am the way and the truth and the life. Significance. Jesus declares himself as the exclusive path to God, foundational for Christian faith. About salvation. 7. Romans 6:23. The wages of sin is death, but the gift of God is eternal life. Importance. This explains the consequence of sin and the gift of eternal life through God, central to Christian doctrine of salvation. 8. Matthew 6:33. Seek first the kingdom of God. Meaning, encourages prioritizing spiritual goals and God's will over material concerns.
Sweet.
One Corinthians 10:13. God is faithful. He will not let you be tempted beyond what you can bear. Meaning, this verse offers encouragement that God provides strength and a way out of every temptation, helping believers endure trials faithfully. 2 Corinthians 12:9. My grace is sufficient for you, for my power is made perfect in weakness. Importance. It emphasizes reliance on God's grace, especially when human strength fails, showing divine power through human weakness. 3. Psalm 37:4. Delight yourself in the Lord, and he will give you the desires of your heart. Meaning, this encourages believers to find joy in God, aligning their desires with his will to experience fulfillment and wisdom. 4. John 14:27. Peace I leave with you, my peace I give to you. Significance. Jesus promises inner peace to his followers, distinct from worldly peace, calming anxiety and fear. 5. Romans 5:8. But God demonstrates his own love for us in this: while we were still sinners, Christ died for us. Importance. This shows the unconditional nature of God's love and the foundation of Christian redemption through Christ. 6. Acts 1:8. You will receive power when the Holy Spirit comes on you. Meaning, Jesus promises spiritual empowerment to his followers to witness and serve effectively. 7. Romans 12. To be transformed by the renewing of your mind. Significance. It calls Christians to reject worldly patterns and embrace God's will, leading to spiritual renewal and discernment.
Be right back. I need to get my tablet. Hey. Eating Funyuns without me? Hold on. It's gonna be a minute. I'll be right back. Good night. I got the popcorn. What we doing, chat? What's up? I got the popcorn. Snacks. There. So, yeah, popcorn too. That's you right now eating Funyuns. You got Takis. Monique. I don't have Funyuns. I got these carrot things. Oh, they're not carrots. Then I got this thing. What you laughing at? It's extremely good. Gotta clip that. It's extremely good. What? What you laugh? What's so funny? I know, we're both, yep, both doing the same thing. Here, hold my hand. Here. I don't know, Jack and Rose. But anyways, sorry, chat. Um,
Inside these ancient texts lie hidden.
All right. Since I got the popcorn, might as well put on the movie. You're not gonna. I'm interested in this. I want to see what this is about to say.
For centuries, the world has only been told part of the story. The Jesus you For centuries, the world has only been told part of the story. The Jesus you think you know taught far more than what has been passed down. Inside these ancient texts lie hidden messages, teachings meant to elevate you to a higher level of consciousness. If you miss this, you might never understand the true path Jesus laid out for us all.
Okay, excuse me, guys. I'll fix the view.
1. What are the secret teachings of Jesus? The secret teachings of Jesus can be viewed through the lens of mysticism, focusing on the inner transformation of consciousness rather than external religious practices. These teachings aim to reveal Christ consciousness,
Time
a
out.
state of
Time out.
spiritual
Time out.
unity
Time out.
with God. Accessible to all human beings. The esoteric wisdom of Jesus was not about dogma, but about realizing the divine within. Let's unpack these teachings through profound examples from Scripture, viewed from a mystical rather than literal perspective. Teaching 1, the kingdom of God is within you, Luke 17:21. Jesus said, the kingdom of God is within you. This is one of the most essential and esoteric teachings. The mainstream Christian interpretation often places the kingdom of God in the afterlife, but this misses the mystical depth. Jesus was pointing towards an internal reality, a state of divine consciousness where the soul realizes its oneness with God. This inner realization is not limited to saints or prophets. It's accessible to all individuals who seek to awaken spiritually. In mystical traditions, this teaching parallels the understanding of enlightenment in Eastern religions, where the true self, or Atman, is realized as being one with the divine, Brahman. Jesus was teaching that salvation and heaven are states of consciousness that can be experienced here and now by going inward and recognizing one's divinity. Teaching 2, I and the Father are one, John 10:30. When Jesus says, I and the Father are one, he is not just speaking of himself alone, but is offering a universal truth about the potential of all humans. This teaching expresses non-duality, a central concept in mystical teachings across the world. Non-duality refers to the realization that the apparent separation. When Jesus says, I and the Father are one, he is not just speaking of himself alone, but is offering a universal truth about the potential of all humans. This teaching expresses non-duality, a central concept in mystical teachings across the world. Non-duality refers to the realization that the apparent separation between the individual soul and the divine is illusory. In truth, there is only oneness. This statement invites people to recognize that just as Jesus realized his unity with God, so too can every individual. The path of spiritual awakening involves transcending the ego, the sense of separateness, and merging with the divine presence. Teaching 3, the eye of the single vision, Matthew 6:22. In this verse, Jesus says, the eye is the lamp of the body. If your eye is single, your whole body will be full of light. This teaching, often overlooked or misinterpreted, refers to spiritual vision and the awakening of the third eye, a concept found in many esoteric traditions. The single eye is the spiritual center, or Ajna chakra in yogic terms, that allows an individual to perceive higher realities. When Jesus speaks of the I being single, he refers to the state of pure consciousness where all distractions and illusions of the physical world fall away. When the third eye is activated, it brings inner light or divine wisdom, flooding the entire being with spiritual insight.
Hello.
This teaching aligns with Eastern mysticism, where focusing on the third eye in meditation is a key to awakening higher consciousness. Teaching 4, Rebirth of Spirit, John 3:3. Jesus told Nicodemus, "No one can see the kingdom of God unless they are born again." This is often misunderstood as a simple conversion experience or baptism, but in its deeper sense, it refers to spiritual rebirth, a profound transformation of consciousness. Being born again is an inner awakening, a shift from identification with the physical and egoic self to the realization of the divine nature within. This concept is closely related to the teachings of Kundalini awakening or the rise of inner energy in various esoteric traditions. To be born again is to experience a higher state of consciousness where one sees reality not through the limited perspective of the ego, but through the eternal eyes of the soul. Teaching 5, the narrow path, Matthew 7:13-14. Jesus says, "Enter through the narrow gate, for wide is the gate and broad is the road that leads to destruction, and many enter through it. But small is the gate and narrow the road that leads to life, and only a few find it." This teaching refers to the spiritual journey. The narrow path is the esoteric path of inner transformation and spiritual discipline. Many follow the broad path of materialism, ego, and worldly pursuits, but only a few are willing to tread the challenging path of self-discovery, meditation, and surrender to the divine. In this context, Jesus is speaking about the initiation process into higher consciousness, where the seeker must leave behind the attachments of the ego and the world to ascend to a state of divine realization. Teaching 6, the vine and the branches, John 15:5. In the metaphor of the vine and branches, Jesus says, "I am the vine, you are the branches. If you remain in me and I in you, you will bear much fruit. Apart from me, you can do nothing." This is not just a metaphor for dependence on Jesus, but a mystical teaching about the unity of all beings with the divine source. Jesus represents the Christ consciousness, the divine essence within all living beings. The branches symbolize individual souls that are connected to this eternal source of divine energy. By aligning with this inner Christ consciousness, individuals can tap into their divine potential and manifest spiritual fruits in their lives. Who did Jesus teach these teachings to? Jesus did not share these secret teachings with everyone. In fact, his deeper spiritual messages were reserved for those who were spiritually prepared. He often spoke to the masses in parables to conceal the full depth of his message, revealing the true meaning only to his closest disciples. This distinction is clear in Matthew 13:11, where Jesus says to his disciples, "The knowledge of the secrets of the kingdom of heaven has been given to you, but not to them." His inner circle of 12 apostles, along with a few other key followers such as Mary Magdalene, were the ones who received these deeper esoteric teachings. Many scholars and mystics believe that Jesus taught his closest disciples a mystical path of direct union with God, something that was too profound for the general public who were not yet ready for this level of spiritual truth. The Gospel of Thomas, the Gnostic Gospels, especially the Gospel of Thomas, contain many sayings of Jesus that are deeply mystical and not found in the canonical Bible. In this Gospel, Jesus teaches about the need for self-knowledge as the key to salvation. When you know yourselves, then you will be known, and you will realize that you are the children of the living Father. But if you do not know yourselves, you live in poverty, and you are the poverty. This teaching is a clear call for inner awakening and realization of one's divine nature. 1. What are the verses in the Bible that are stemming from Jesus' teachings but have been interpreted wrongly? Many of Jesus' teachings have been misunderstood or misinterpreted over time. Here are a few key verses that have been particularly misunderstood. John 14:6. I am the way, the truth, and the life. This verse is often interpreted to mean that Jesus is the exclusive path to salvation. However, in the esoteric sense, Jesus is speaking as the Christ consciousness, the divine presence that is within every person. I refers not to the historical figure of Jesus, but to the divine self present in all of us. Jesus was teaching that the path to God lies in awakening the Christ consciousness within, not in exclusive devotion to his physical form.
Thanks
Matthew
for sharing.
25:46, eternal punishment. Jesus says, and these will go away into eternal punishment, but the righteous into eternal life. Traditionally, this has been interpreted to mean a literal heaven and hell. However, from an esoteric perspective, eternal punishment refers to the suffering caused by spiritual ignorance. When one lives in separation from their divine nature, they experience the suffering of the ego. Eternal life refers to the state of enlightenment, union with God that transcends time. 4. Did Jesus teach his female disciples? Yes, Jesus had female disciples, and among them, Mary Magdalene held a special place. She was not just a follower, but a spiritual equal to the apostles, often receiving teachings that others did not. Some Gnostic texts, such as the Gospel of Mary Magdalene, suggest that Mary Magdalene was a key figure in receiving and transmitting Jesus' most profound teachings. In many esoteric traditions, Mary Magdalene is seen as the embodiment of the divine feminine, and Jesus' teachings to her likely focused on the balance of masculine and feminine energies within the soul. This is closely related to mystical traditions where the union of masculine consciousness and feminine energy leads to spiritual awakening. Mary Magdalene may have been entrusted with teachings on divine love, spiritual transformation, and the inner mysteries of the heart. How did the teachings Jesus learned from other masters help him in his own teachings? Though the canonical Gospels do not explicitly mention Jesus studying with other spiritual masters, many esoteric traditions and historical accounts suggest that Jesus traveled and studied in places like Egypt, India, and Tibet during his so-called lost years. It is believed that Jesus may have been initiated into the spiritual practices of these ancient traditions, particularly those involving meditation, breath control, and energy work, such as Kriya Yoga. His teachings about love, compassion, forgiveness, and oneness with God echo the teachings of Eastern mysticism. For example, the concept of divine oneness in Jesus' teachings parallels the idea of Advaita Vedanta, non-duality, in Hinduism. His emphasis on inner transformation aligns with Buddhist teaching of self. How did Kriya Yoga help Jesus? Kriya Yoga is a powerful system of meditation and breath control that helps in the awakening of Kundalini energy, the inner spiritual energy that lies dormant in most people. Although Kriya Yoga is not mentioned directly in the Bible, esoteric traditions suggest that Jesus practiced similar techniques. In the context of Jesus' secret teachings, Kriya can be understood as a tool for inner awakening. The practices of Kriya involve controlling the breath to still the mind and awaken divine energy within, which aligns with Jesus' teachings on being born again in spirit and awakening the light within. 6 secret teachings of Jesus. The kingdom of heaven is within, Luke 17:21. This teaching emphasizes inner spiritual awakening. The kingdom of heaven is not an external reality, but a state of divine consciousness available to all who turn inward. The eye of the single vision, Matthew 6:22. Jesus refers to the third eye, or the spiritual eye, that, when opened, allows a person to see beyond the illusion of the physical world and into the realm of divine truth. Rebirth in the spirit. John 3:3. The phrase born again refers to a spiritual rebirth, the awakening of higher consciousness, where a person sees the world not through the lens of ego, but through the eternal Christ consciousness. The narrow path, Matthew 7:13-14. The narrow path is the esoteric path of spiritual discipline and meditation that leads to enlightenment. Few follow this path because it requires self-surrender and ego dissolution. I and the Father are one. John 10:30. Jesus expresses the unity of the individual soul with the divine. This teaching reveals that enlightenment comes from realizing the fundamental oneness of all beings with God. The true vine, John 15:5. The vine represents the divine source, Christ consciousness, and the branches are individual souls. By staying connected to the source, individuals bear spiritual fruits and remain in harmony with the divine. Jesus' secret teachings were mystical, esoteric, and aimed at helping individuals realize their divine potential and awaken to their own Christ consciousness. These teachings, often hidden beneath parables and misunderstood by many, offer a profound path to enlightenment. By understanding the true spiritual depth behind Jesus' words, one can embark on a journey toward inner transformation, divine union, and the realization of the kingdom of heaven within. In the end, the purpose of these teachings is to awaken humanity to their innate divinity, guiding them toward the highest states of spiritual consciousness and ultimately to union with the divine.
Cool. Sorry. Cool stuff. Cool stuff. Let's look up. What are they called? Alright, we'll go with an interesting video. Top mysteries. Right, top mysteries. Who's here for it?
A lady that was present during JFK's assassination. She was shown in pictures standing in the crowd, and supposedly she took a picture of the event. Now, when the FBI and police went to look for her for evidence, she was nowhere to be found. They were looking for her photos. They were looking for anything that was related to the assassination, and nothing was found. And it's been a topic of many conspiracy theories, including that she could have been involved in the assassination. But whether this is true, we may never find out because she has never been found. And it's been nearly 50 years, so who knows, maybe she's dead.
9.
Cicada 3301. Now, this story involves some puzzles that have been released for the past couple of years online. They're hosted by a group called the 3301. And basically, these puzzles are very complex, containing secret messages, numbers, and symbols, and they're really hard to decipher. Now, what makes this also covert is that the purpose of the puzzles are unknown. No one really knows who's behind them and who they are and what they're trying to do. What's also interesting about this is that the group that's behind the puzzle is leaving clues in different areas of the world, like Hawaii and Sweden. So it just makes it a very, very interesting yet secret, mysterious subject. And there's also been a lot of conspiracy theories behind this, including that the puzzles are a recruitment tool for organizations like the NSA and CIA. And they're basically searching for the brightest people on the internet to come join those organizations. So Cicada 3301, a very secret group that have been releasing these puzzles, and we really don't know much about them.
8.
I'll solve all those puzzles.
The Wow
So-
Signal. In the summer of 1977, a man by the name of Jerry Amen was scanning radio waves from space when he came across a strange signal. The wave saw a crazy spike, and the signal lasted approximately 72 seconds. And after further evaluation, it appeared that the signal came from a star located 120 light years away, a place where no humans have ever been to or even seen. To produce that signal, it would have required a 2.2 gigawatt transmitter, more powerful than anything on Earth. And so to this day, it remains a mystery to how the signal was even created. The only plausible explanation is aliens, and several attempts have been made to even locate the signal, but nothing's been found.
7.
Bimini Road. So Bimini Road is an underground rock formation located near the Bahamas and the Bimini Islands. The formation stretches about half a mile and is composed mostly of limestone
I
blocks.
know.
The story behind this is that in the early 20th century, a prophet by the name of Edgar Cay formulated a prediction that parts of Atlantis would be discovered around these islands. A few decades later, and his prediction turned out to be pretty accurate. But the real mystery here is this really part of Atlantis, and how was the prophet able to predict this? 7 years later, and we still don't really have an explanation.
6.
The dancing plague. So in 1518, this woman created this crazy trend where she would go outside of her house in the town and start dancing. This wasn't your regular form of dancing, though. This was an unusual type of movement that she performed, and many other people followed her. At one point, it was believed that 400 people were dancing with her. But the story takes a sharp turn because many of those people later suffered from heart attacks and strokes, and there's really no reason why this happened. Many people have said that it's because the people were physically unfit, but there's still no explanation today why these two events were linked.
5.
The Green Children of Wilpit. So this story concerns two children that came across this village in England called Wilpit. Their skin was green and they spoke in this unusual language, and they only consumed the beans. Over time, though, they did lose their green skin and they did eat other food. When they were baptized, the boy grew very sick and died. And on the other hand, the girl learned to speak English. She was able to tell the people that she and her brother came from this land called the Land of St. Martin, which didn't even exist, where everybody was the color green. There really isn't any knowledge to whether these children were actually telling the truth or they're just botching some made-up fairy tale. But it is interesting to think about whether this place does exist and whether there are more green people.
4.
The Zodiac Letters. So these were a series of letters that were sent by a serial killer to the police as a way to taunt them. The letters contain puzzles with encrypted text, and to this day, only one of these letters have been solved.
Hey, Quinn.
But the identity of the man is still unknown. It's not known how the serial killer got away with sending these letters, never being traced. And today, it remains a mystery as it's one of the biggest unsolved serial killer cases.
3.
The Hairy Hands. During the 1920s, a stretch of road existed in the UK where it saw a high number of accidents. Every one of these accidents were fatal and strikingly similar, and there really was no answer to how these accidents even occurred and why no one survived. Until one day, where a man managed to survive after being unconscious for days. He explained to everyone that as he approached the road, a hairy hand would grab the steering wheel, taking it out of his control. Now, this seems like something that any person would say after being unconscious for days, but it gets interesting because another person managed to survive, and he also described a hairy hand grabbing the steering wheel. He even mentioned that the hands would come through the windows. There's no telling whether this is true, but it is kind of strange when two men gave the exact same stories.
2.
The Pollock twins. So this is a story about 11 and 16-year-old sisters who tragically died in a car accident. The following year, the mother actually gave birth to twins. And where the story gets strange is that one of the twins had a birthmark in the same exact location as her deceased sister. What's also interesting is that the twins began
requesting the same things, same toys as their deceased sisters. The only problem is that they had no prior knowledge of their deceased sisters. When taken to a well-known psychologist, he deeply studied the case and concluded that it was indeed a reincarnation.
1.
The foot mystery of Salish Sea. So since 2007 on the coast of Salish Sea in British American Washington, there's been a lot of detached feet showing up. So far, there's really no answers to how this might have occurred, since they can't really find the other body parts linked to these feet. There have been a number of theories, including a Dexter-like serial killer being involved, and that the feet actually belong to people who were involved in boating accidents and plane crashes. But even that is very rare because the foot just doesn't come apart from the rest of the body. But what's also strange about this, though, is that all of the feet that have been showing up have been wearing tennis shoes. So are they all linked, or are these all separate cases? We don't know.
Chat. Unexplained mysteries.
Number 10.
Wait.
We're starting with...
Did that only take us like 5 minutes? Oh, yeah. Wait. These are the top 30 mysteries. Look, this is the video we're playing. Shout out to them. Board Panda Mysteries. Top 30 mysteries. Hello.
Number 10. We're starting with something that's been a hot topic recently in the media since 2010 or so, and that's the phenomenon called sky trumpets. Now, the name sky trumpets doesn't exactly make you think of something scary when you hear it said, but trust me, if you watch the videos where people hear these noises, you'll think again. They don't really sound like trumpets at all, more like deafening and unexplainable screeching, and they've been happening across the globe for years. These sounds just can't be fake. There's clearly something going on up in the sky. The name sky trumpets actually comes from part of the book of Revelations in the New Testament of the Bible, where it says that 7 trumpets will sound from above, and that means Judgment Day has arrived. Whether you believe this or not, and there's definitely been a lot more than 7 trumpet noises, it's too spooky to ignore.
Good night, Chloe. Good night, guys. Take care. Have a good night. Goodbye. Thank you. You love the trumpet videos? Dude, imagine that.
Number 9. Our next video is an obscure one from last July, and it's your typical run-of-the-mill orbs in the sky kind of deal. Orbs in the sky is an interesting one because there's a whole host of different supernatural explanations for any kind of orb. The first one being that orbs are actually spirits and ghosts that can't manifest properly. The other kind of more likely explanation of these orbs here is a phenomenon known as Foo Fighters. And yeah, that is where the band got their name from. Foo Fighters are orbs that fly around the sky, first sighted and named during the Second World War when pilots would frequently see them and be outmaneuvered. They think that these orbs might be an alien spacecraft or some sort of probe there to investigate Earth. Maybe that's what this unsuspecting onlooker captured on their camera on the 4th of July last year.
Orbs in the sky. Hello, Pink Chain. Hello.
Number 8. This one is really weird. I've never seen anything like it. It's a video of some strange shapes, called by the author of the video spiral rods, flying through the sky. They first show the video at ordinary speed, and we see these bright flashes go by impossibly quick. They even kind of look like some sort of camera glitch, but they also move in the same sort of way that a worm or an eel might. I have no idea what these could be. A creature maybe? Though it doesn't really make sense how it would be flying around like that without any wings. Interestingly though, when they're flying around, they are in the foreground of the image, so they can't be giant. According to cryptozoologists, these flying rods are also called skyfish and are extra-dimensional creatures that come here from a different universe.
Skyfish, bro, for real. It's a mystery. Oh, whoa, saying. I've heard it all. Do I have a TikTok? Yeah. Same as my YouTube.
Number 7. Moving on from strange rod creatures in the sky, we have a vortex in the sky. This is majorly creepy to look at, because it genuinely looks like a wormhole or some sort of portal out into the stars. There's no explanation for it, so who knows? Maybe it was. There were a bunch of stories thought up to explain these vortexes seen over Scandinavia, with the Russians eventually taking the blame and saying it was a new missile
These were those
they were testing.
spiral
Those
rods
came
they were
only
talking
24
about.
hours after they had denied anything to do with it. It also came around the same time
It was
that the
actually
large
just
Hadron
my
Collider
pretzels.
was used in Switzerland. Though anything to do with that seems unlikely as well, since Switzerland and Norway are pretty far apart. Also, according to video analysis, the spiraling vortex was 150 miles wide.
You like Minutes of Horror?
Gigantic spiraling vortexes appear in the skies of Norway.
Shout out to everybody. Enjoy YouTube. Have a good one.
In the early hours of December 9th, 2009, thousands of people in northern Norway and Sweden were roused from their beds by concerned family and friends.
I don't know what flavor.
To witness an incredible celestial event. Some were just curious about the unusual light display. Others were frightened for their lives when they saw the massive white spiral with the blue tail, growing at immense speed.
Number 6. Here's a news report from the UK about something that happened thousands of miles away, in the city of Kitwe in Zambia. This is less aliens and wormholes and more Harry Potter. Yep, it's so Harry Potter, in fact, that an old trailer for the 6th movie Half-Blood Prince is included at the top of the article before you even get to any pictures of the event itself. This only happened 2 months ago, and it looks like a giant, dark, humanoid cloud floating through the sky.
Dang.
Now, I presume that it is just a weird cloud, but no meteorologists have
cool.
appeared with an explanation of it. So the only explanation right now is that it's a Dementor in real life. Now, it almost definitely is not a Dementor in real life, but it's still definitely freaky, even if it does just turn out to be a cloud
Can't play
and
any
not something
games
magical.
with a little bit flashing lights.
Number
Nikki, or
5.
no?
Another one along similar lines to the earlier vortex in Norway is this sighting of a strange bright shape in the sky. But this time it's over Los Angeles. There's even
Whoa.
less of an explanation for this one than for some of the other ones. It's really just a clip from a compilation, so feel free to guess at what you think it could be. Maybe it's a shooting star filmed incredibly close to a planet's surface, or a comet, and whoever filmed it just didn't know there was meant to be a comet passing by. Or, alternatively, it's a giant alien spaceship flying overhead, which would be pretty cool at least, and in a way makes more sense than any theory about a comet or shooting star because of the highly unusual and bloated shape of its tail. Kind of funny that it's flying over an airport, though. Maybe the aliens are looking for a good spot to land.
I'm not sure, Angel. Whoa.
That's crazy, bro. Number 4. This one is odd. At first glance, it looks just like some lights in the sky caught conveniently on CCTV. But I begin to wonder when I see the incredibly weird angle the camera is at, if it is CCTV. You can't really see anything aside from the giant statue, and even in the picture quality, it's pretty distorted. So if it's not CCTV, and is in fact another camera left there and specially positioned, it does cast doubt on the legitimacy of this video. Moving on though, what we actually see is a row of half a dozen orbs, 5 of them in a neatish line, and then another one way off to the right of the screen that disappears first. They come overhead and then dive downwards, past the statue, and disappear off over the roof of the building. What these are, I don't know, but to hazard a guess, I'd say that they're more Foo Fighters.
It's an edit. It's like, I'm just kidding. Hey, it's nice to see you.
Number 3. Chicken Little is an old fable that's appeared in print and pop culture often since it was collected by the Brothers Grimm in the 19th century. A story featuring a chicken who becomes convinced that the sky is falling down. This next clip on our list might be showing us that Chicken Little isn't as crazy as often portrayed, because we see a bunch of strange material falling out of the sky. The guy filming says it looks like snow, and if it wasn't for the fact he's out in California in the middle of summer with the clear blue skies above, I'd have to agree. He also calls it garbage and paper and speculates that maybe the mysterious stuff has fallen off an airplane, though we can't see any of those either. Who knows, maybe the sky really is falling down.
I don't know if you can tell, but see all these little white dots? These are garbage falling from the sky. I'm guessing from a plane or something. Look like snow.
Number 2. Chemtrails are a favorite topic of many conspiracy theorists around the world. Speculation about them ranging from just being herbicides to being some sort of chemical used to brainwash people. And it really wouldn't be a complete list of mysteries in the sky without including them. This video starts with two people looking at the clouds, which they think are chemtrails, and moving on to document sticky string rain. This string rain is some pretty weird looking stuff, kind of like a spider web or silly string from a kid's birthday party. The girl gets some on her hand and it gets stuck, and then when she tears it apart, she says it feels foamy. Who knows what this stuff is? Maybe there are giant sky spiders waiting to jump down and wipe us all out.
Sky spiders.
Alright, so just happen to be in the parking lot here, and we see some all pumped up by tree. Yeah, I don't know if I should touch it. I can't get it off.
Alright, what does it feel like?
Do you hear that?
No.
It's almost like, it feels like foamy, like silly string kind of, but not really. It's like, it's super sticky.
Number 1. Up until now, all the videos on our list have been from recent years, none from the last century at all. But the camera was invented in 1816, so as you'd expect, there are strange sightings in the sky going back decades. Like this one from 1952. When people think UFOs in America, people think of the Roswell crash, when actually Roswell is the most debunked UFO event in history. 5 years after it, in the middle of what the press has called the UFO flap, there was a much more frightening sighting that people seem to forget about, when mysterious lights and shapes were filmed in the sky flying right over the Capitol building in the middle of Washington, D.C. To this day, the military have no concrete explanation of what happened, going as far to declare the whole thing as just a mirage, which hundreds of eyewitness accounts from the ground and from airplanes above all testified to the opposite.
Oh yes, we discussed it at every conference that we've had with the military. There's always things like that going on. Flying saucers, they've had other things, but nothing stable.
Do I believe in aliens? Yeah. Yeah, I do. How about you? Give me a moment. Pause. Chat is gonna take a break. Or give me 2 minutes, not even.
Number 10. Chillingham Castle is, like the name would suggest, a pretty chilling place to go because it's incredibly haunted. It's in the UK, right up near the England-Scotland border, and it's so old that no one actually knows when it was built. But the first major record of its use was when King Edward I of England stayed there in 1298 on his way to battle William Wallace, a Scottish rebel leading a war against the English, at the Battle of Falkirk. There have been hardly any changes to the building too, and has been the center of dozens of battles between England and Scotland. And it was even under siege during the reign of Henry VIII. You know, the king with all the wives. The most famous ghost in the castle is the ghost of a young boy, nicknamed the Radiant Boy. Little was known about the origins of this ghost, who would cry out at midnight every night, until behind one of the walls the bones of a child was discovered.
20 miles from the Scottish border. Far enough in to not be a soft touch. Big castle, strong castle. People left Chillingham.
Nothing can protect them from what
Siri, turn off the light.
Number 9. The Le Pavilion Hotel in New Orleans, Louisiana is widely known as one of the most haunted hotels in the entire city, which isn't surprising considering New Orleans is one of the oldest cities in the United States. And the hotel is built on the land originally given to Jesuits by the founders of the French colony. More than 200 years ago, this patch of land was known as the bad part of town, grim and full of death. And at one point, a theater in the land burned down in a very mysterious fire. The hotel was originally built in 1889 as the New Hotel de Nechaude, and was renamed
If
the
it gets
current Le
spooky.
Pavilion in 1970, when the building changed ownership. Apparently, the hotel is full of ghosts who died on the land, and who were once guests of the hotel themselves.
I don't think it's spooky.
Including one incident where a man awoke with a female ghost stroking his hair and saying he belonged to her.
What? Wait, what? Ah!
So guys, if you guys see anything paranormal, crazy in this video right here, the whole video, let me know, please.
Number 8. Going from New Orleans to New Mexico, and it's time for a very haunted hotel you can find in Santa Fe. It's the La Fonda Hotel, and you may have heard of it. Built officially in 1922 on the remains of other inns and rest houses. For America, Santa Fe is another old place, founded as long ago as 1607. And the inn on this plot of land was one of the first established buildings there. It has a bloody history though, when in 1857, someone was lynched in the backyard, and somebody else was shot to death in the lobby in 1867. And a salesman 100 years ago committed suicide by jumping into the well out back. And it's this ghost of a salesman who's the most frequently seen ghost because the dining room is built right where the old well used to be. Number 7. In Alberta, Canada, you can find one of the Great White North's most prestigious luxury hotels, and also one of the most famous. It's called the Banff Springs Hotel, but has been nicknamed the Castle of the Rockies because of its very distinctive appearance. It's pretty hard to miss. It's also had some of the most famous guests in the world, including Helen Keller, Marilyn Monroe, and even Queen Elizabeth II. Despite its ghostly reputation, the hotel itself consistently denies that there are any spirits on the premises. But that doesn't stop the stories. 2 such stories are that at room 873, in which a father murdered his wife and daughter and then killed himself. And after the hauntings began, the room was sealed off by the management. And the most famous story of the ghost bride whose dress was set on fire accidentally when she was climbing a staircase, and she fell and broke her neck and died.
A bride, I believe in 1932, who was coming down these stairs to meet her groom on the stairs. And as he was waiting, he took a few steps, tripped on her train or something went wrong, and she fell all the way down here and actually died on the stairs.
Number 6. Room 19 in the Talbot Hotel, found in Stourbridge, Northamptonshire, is celebrated as the most haunted hotel room in England. It's also known as the Mary Queen of Scots room, because Mary Queen of Scots stayed there at one point. She was the last true monarch of Scotland, while Elizabeth I was Queen of England. And after being locked up for 18 years by Elizabeth, she was found guilty of plotting to kill her and beheaded. Before that, she was forced to abdicate, and her son James VI became King of Scotland. But when Elizabeth produced no heirs, because Mary and Elizabeth were cousins, James VI was left heir to the throne of England. And it was under him that England and Scotland unified, making him James VI of Scotland and James I of England. It's said that Mary still haunts the Talbot Hotel, and a bunch of other places she was kept locked up.
Yes. Have a good time. Thanks.
Number 5. Now, I already mentioned how Marilyn Monroe herself once stayed at the Banff Springs Hotel, but her actual ghost is said to endlessly roam the halls of Hollywood Roosevelt Hotel, which you'll find right on Hollywood Boulevard in LA. It's still a luxury hotel now, but during its heyday, it was frequented by all kinds of movie stars, which also included Clark Gable, the so-called king of Hollywood, and silent movie star Charlie Chaplin. It was even built by the movie stars Douglas Fairbanks and Mary Pickford, so it's really a place by the elite, for the elite. People say that Monroe visits the hotel because it's one of the few places she was happy in her life, and she's looking to recapture this and find some peace after her suicide in 1962.
This over here, we don't know where they go, and there's a lock on it right there, but the lock is broken, so it doesn't actually, like, it's not
These are
actually
getting
locked.
creepy.
Opened it and he closed it because it was dark and it made her dark.
You heard like a voice.
Number 4. A lot of ghost hunters and parapsychologists will tell you that the presence of spirits is exacerbated by water, like water carries the spiritual energies of ghosts. It's no wonder that the RMS Queen Mary, which is currently permanently docked at Long Beach, California, is said to be incredibly haunted. Not to mention its history as a troop ship during the Second World War. She's seen her fair share of battles after being transformed from a luxury liner when the war started, and then there are at least 49 reported deaths associated with the ship, including a very grim one where a huge steel door crushed 2 men to death in different incidents. Perhaps the spookiest story is that of a young girl called Jackie who drowned in one of the pools. Again, that thing about water and spirits, who is still seen and heard throughout the ship.
I'm like moving like the waves, like, Mom's getting her sea legs. Let's go back and forth.
Number 3. It wouldn't really be a list of haunted hotels if we didn't feature somewhere in Salem, Massachusetts, the town so infamous for witch trials in 1692, one of the largest documented cases of mass hysteria to date. While I'm not going to tell you anything crazy, like the hotel is built where the gallows they hanged all the accused from once was, there are still some interesting ghost stories floating around. And of course, you can still go see those gallows because they're kept as a memorial. One victim of the witch trials is associated with a hotel, called the Hawthorne Hotel though, that being Bridget Bishop, because she used to own an orchard where the property is built. Guests still claim that they can smell fresh apples in the rooms.
One of the things is that they said that objects will disappear and then reappear, and particularly keys. So I got an extra set of keys. So I'm going to keep it right over here.
Number 2. We already had the most haunted hotel room in England, but getting more specific now, the most haunted hotel room in London. It's room 333 in the Langham Hotel. And am I the only one who thinks it's a pretty creepy coincidence that 333 is half of 666? Probably. Anyway, this place is incredibly haunted, and it was built to look like an Italian palace in 1865. Of course, room 333 isn't the only haunted part of the hotel. It's just the ghost's favorite for some reason. Ghosts like that of a Victorian doctor who murdered his wife and committed suicide while they were honeymooning have been seen there. A German prince who committed suicide has also been seen in that room. And one ghost who really likes shaking the beds, especially the one in room 333.
Yes, ma'am.
Gonna crack on into the early hours and see what we find. I'm in room 333 in the Langham Hotel on my own.
Ah!
Are there any spirits with me right now? Can you make a noise? Can you show yourself? Can you do anything? Napoleon III, are you with me right now? Or the ghostly butler?
Number 1. Number 1 on our list has to be the Murder Castle. Okay, it's not actually called the Murder Castle. That's just a fun, cute nickname people give it. It was originally called the World's Fair Hotel and was built by the man called H.H. Holmes in Chicago, a con man and a mass murderer who once had a habit of stealing and mutilating corpses and then pretending they were accident victims to get insurance money. People think Holmes and his hotel may have been responsible for as many as 200 individual murders, and it was literally a maze out of a nightmare. Doors locked themselves behind people, there were dead-end corridors, and stairways to nowhere. When his victims were killed, they were dropped down chutes into the basement where he dissected them and sold their organs to various medical contacts. And he even had furnaces and acid baths installing down there to dispose of remains. To top it all off, the original caretaker of the hotel committed suicide after Holmes' arrest, leaving only the words, "I couldn't sleep," in his note. This is the only hotel on this list you can't visit anymore, because in 1895, it was burned down by a mysterious fire, and the arsonists were never caught. Holmes is often called America's first serial killer. Also, this sounds a lot like American Horror Story.
Mr. Herman Mudgett, better known under the murderous alias Dr. Henry H. Holmes. In his early teens, he began to be fascinated with death, a fascination that would really never go away. He soon left school to perform a couple of jobs, and he also promptly married and had a son by age 20. I think his lineage still survives today, though I think they're free of any
Thank you guys for watching for a little bit. Thank you for subscribing.
Ten.
I see it. It's getting creepy.
9.
I'm not familiar with that story. UFO in 15th century painting. Ooh. Skunk ape. For 30 years, foul-smelling ape was only considered a myth in 2000. Florida man. The skunk ape.
6.
Right there.
Two.
Out.
One.
Spying on us. Y'all need to quit spying on us. Unsolved mysteries.
Dolls can mean a lot to many boys and girls. They can become friends and companions. But there are tales of dolls that have taken on a life of their own.
Ooh.
These once innocent toys are now believed to be possessed with spirits or demonic spirits. These are the top 5 harrowing stories of haunted dolls. Number 5. The Voodoo Zombie Doll. Resembling something from the darkest corner of your nightmares, this voodoo zombie doll originated in New Orleans and was sold through eBay to a woman in Texas. The eBay listing gave specific rules to abide by while owning the doll. These rules included not removing it from its silver casing, a rule that the woman broke as soon as the doll arrived. She would come to regret that decision. The woman claims that the doll haunted her dreams and would violently attack her. She relisted it on eBay several times and succeeded in selling it, only to have the new buyer receive an empty box while the doll kept reappearing at the original owner's doorstep. The haunted doll is now in the possession of a haunted collector who hopes to figure out its mystery. Number 4. Joliet. What would you do if your family's legacy was a haunted doll?
Punch that
This is
thing.
the case for a woman named Anna, who is the current mother to a baby doll named Joliet. For 4 generations, the women in Anna's family have been cursed to keep up a cruel
Just
tradition.
playing Bibles.
Each daughter gives birth to 2 children, a boy and a girl. In each case, the son mysteriously dies on its 3rd day of life. Anna has been told Joliet was given to her then pregnant great-grandmother by a vengeful friend. Soon afterwards, her great-grandmother gave birth to a boy, only to have it die on day 3. Unexplained giggles, footsteps and inhumane screams are heard in the middle of the night coming from the doll. The family claims the cries of different infants can be heard, making the doll appear to be a vessel for all the baby boys lost over the years.
Thank you.
Number 3.
Thank you all.
Elmo. Since 1996, the famous Elmo dolls have topped the holiday toy list of children worldwide. There's nothing to be afraid of when it comes to children's toys, until they threaten to murder you.
Come on.
This was the case for the Bowman family. Back in 2008, 2-year-old James Bowman had an Elmo Knows Your Name doll. The doll was programmed to recite its owner's name, along with various other personalized phrases. This particular doll, however, not only knew James's name, but would include the word kill before it. Many times, this Elmo doll would sing "Kill James" repeatedly, until James's horrified mother, Melissa, decided to put the doll out of sight and away from the toddler. The doll then began spewing death threats.
Boo. Sorry, my phone died. Back to Elmo. Sorry about that, guys. Phone died.
James's name, but would include the word kill before it. Many times, this Elmo doll would sing "Kill James" repeatedly, until James's horrified mother, Melissa, decided to put the doll out of sight and away from the toddler.
This is
The
scary.
doll then began spewing death threats after its batteries had been removed. Fisher-Price, the manufacturer, offered the Bowmans a voucher for a replacement. Number 2. Robert. Robert was given to an artist, Robert Eugene Otto, in 1906 by an unhappy servant who practiced black magic. Throughout his childhood, Otto's parents would pick up on him playing with and conversing with the doll, assuming he was replying to himself in a disguised voice. Neighbours claimed to have seen the doll moving from window to window when the family was out. Sometimes the doll would emit a blood-curdling giggle, and the Otto family caught glimpses of it running from room to room. In the night, Eugene would scream, and when his parents ran to the room, they would find furniture knocked over and Eugene in bed, looking incredibly scared, telling them that Robert did it. In addition, guests claimed to have seen Robert's expression change before their eyes, and he often blinked. When Eugene died in 1974, the doll was left in the attic until the house was bought again. The new family included a 10-year-old girl, became Robert's new owner. It was not long before the little girl began screaming out in the night, claiming that Robert moved about the room and even attempted to attack her on multiple occasions. More than 30 years later, she tells interviewers that the doll was alive and wanted to kill her. He is considered one of the most haunted objects in the world. Number 1. Annabelle. Annabelle is considered to be one of the most haunted dolls to have existed. Annabelle currently lives in the Warrens Occult Museum, located in Connecticut. Her lock case is holy water encrusted. The Annabelle doll was given to a girl named Donna by her mother in 1970. Donna and her roommate, Angie, noticed that the doll would switch positions and move around the apartment when they weren't looking. They began finding messages on parchment paper that read, "Help me," even though they did not keep parchment paper in the apartment. They brought in a medium who concluded that the doll was possessed by the ghost of a girl who was buried underneath the apartment. Lou, who was one of their friends, had some frightening experiences with the doll. He awoke one night from a bad dream, but something didn't seem right. It was as though he was awake but couldn't move. He looked around the room but couldn't discern anything out of the ordinary, and then it happened. Looking down towards his feet, he saw the doll, Annabelle. It slowly began to glide up his leg, moved over his chest, and then stopped. Within seconds, the doll was strangling him. Paralyzed and gasping for breath, Lou blacked out. He awoke the next morning, certain that it wasn't a dream. I hope you've enjoyed the video. Those are my 5 favourite haunted doll stories. If anyone would like to share their own stories about haunted dolls, please leave a comment below. Thank you for watching.
That Pikachu better not be haunted. Pikachu better not be haunted. Pika.
No one has ever been able to prove the existence of ghosts, yet they occupy a big part of our culture. There are many spooky stories of unexplained things happening that could back up their existence. These are the top 5 female ghosts that have been spotted. Number 5. The Bell Witch. This tale has been recited for many years by the elders of the town of Adams. The story centres around John Bell Sr., a farmer living with his family in Adams in the 80s. It is told that the family were cursed in 1817 by a witch who was suspected to be a lady named Kate Baggs. The ghost sightings began when the family reported noises in the walls. The curse later grew, with family members being hit and pinched, objects flying, and animals acting in unusual ways for no reason. No one was able to detect the witch, yet some people claim to have had conversations with her.
Hey, Stephen.
Interestingly, it should be noted that only the family members were troubled by the witch, not any outsiders. Even today, people in the family report sightings of the ghost around the farmhouse. Number 4. Tony Joe Henry. Annie Beatrice McQuiston, better known as Tony Joe Henry, was born in 1916. Her husband was serving a 50-year murder sentence in Huntsville Prison when Tony Joe and her accomplice Harold Archie Burks devised a plan to break her husband out of jail. To achieve the jailbreak, Tony Joe and Harold planned to rob a bank to secure the necessary money. They hitched a ride with a helpful stranger named Joseph P. Calloway, who was unaware of their plan. They robbed Calloway at gunpoint, tortured him, and then made him undress and say his prayers as they shot him dead. Tony Joe was convicted of murder and sentenced to death. She appealed the penalty twice, but after her 3rd trial, she became the first and only woman in Louisiana to be executed by electric chair. Today she is believed to haunt the parish courthouse, where she was imprisoned before death. Workers there have reported hearing her screams, feeling her presence, and sometimes even the smell of her burning hair. Number 3. Ghosts of Four Par Restaurant. The present-day's Four Par Restaurant in St. Paul was the home of Joseph Librant Fourpar, a respectable businessman and dry goods merchant. It is supposed that he hired a maid named Molly in 1880 to take care of the mansion and soon began a love affair with her. The affair ended when Joseph's wife caught them making love. Soon, Molly discovered that she was pregnant, and in the depression she hung herself from the third-floor chandelier and died in the mansion. Joseph then left the house and flew to Europe with his family. Apparently, he returned to the house later and killed himself with a gunshot on the ground floor. Now, the restaurant is considered to be haunted by the ghosts of lovers. Many servers have claimed to see a pretty dark-haired girl roaming the halls. She is also known to be seen at large parties held in the dining room. A photograph captured at a wedding party shows a ghostly hand near the bride, which is believed to be Joseph's hand. Number 2. Resurrection Mary. Resurrection Mary is the best-known ghost story in the Chicago area. The story says that Mary spent an evening dancing with her boyfriend at the O. Henry Ballroom. They got into an argument and Mary stormed out. She left the ballroom and started walking up Archer Avenue. She had not travelled a huge distance when she was struck by a hit-and-run driver who fled the scene, leaving Mary to die. They buried her in Resurrection Cemetery, wearing a beautiful white dancing dress and matching dancing shoes. On the road where Resurrection Cemetery is situated, a beautiful blonde-haired, blue-eyed young woman can sometimes be seen with her thumb in the air, trying to hitch a ride. When a driver approaches her, she asks to be driven to the nearby graveyard. When they reach the cemetery, she vanishes. Number 1. Chloe of Myrtle's Plantation. Myrtle's Plantation in Louisiana is considered to be one of the most haunted homes in America. Records count almost 12 ghosts that are permanent residents of the plantation. Of these ghosts, the most famous is Chloe. The story dates back to the 1800s, when the plantation was owned and managed by Judge Clark Woodruff, along with his wife Sarah Matilda. Chloe was a slave of the Woodruffs at the time. Clark Woodruff was considered to be a womanizer, and Chloe became his mistress. However, Chloe was not satisfied with being the judge's mistress, but she disliked being a slave even more. She soon found that Clark was getting tired of her, and afraid of being sent back to the fields, she started eavesdropping on family conversations. On one such day, the judge caught her listening, and in his anger he cut off one of her ears. From then on, she wore a green turban to hide the wound. With the intention of revenge, she baked a birthday cake with some poison in it, and caused the death of Sarah and both of her daughters. Found guilty of murder, Chloe was hung from a tree and then thrown into the river by her fellow slaves. Now, she is usually found roaming within the plantation, wearing a green turban and searching for someone. In addition to this, there is a mirror in the hallway which sometimes shows tiny fingerprints and images of some small children. Perhaps this is the children that Chloe murdered.
The topic of UFOs is a heated subject that has been debated for many years. Many people believe that our ancestors were witness to otherworldly crafts. UFO sightings date way back. There was even an unexplained dish-shaped craft seen in the Domenico painting of the Madonna back in the 15th century. Even today, thousands of UFO sightings are witnessed per month. Here are my 5 personal favourite UFO sightings from 2015 so far. This strange-shaped UFO made news worldwide when it was spotted hovering next to one of Mexico's most active volcanoes. The UFO was captured on webcam sometime in January 2015. A local eyewitness stated that the object looked like it had 2 legs and was just hovering there. Then moments later, it just disappeared. Mysterious crafts have been known to hover around and next to volcanoes. However, not everyone is in agreement. There have been some suggestions that it's simply a drone.
This dish-shaped UFO was captured above Argentina on January the 25th,
I'm sleepy.
2015. This UFO was spotted by a group of Argentinian workers. One of them stated that they were startled by the strange presence in the sky. Another worker stated that he quickly grabbed his phone to take a picture of the object. The witnesses claim that the object was suspended in mid-air and made no sound. The interesting thing about this photo is that it's clear. People don't expect to see UFOs, so when the experience happens, it's all very rushed. So to get a good, clear picture of a UFO is pretty impressive. The photo does seem to show a saucer-shaped craft hovering motionless. Conspiracy theorists have linked UFOs and the pyramids together for many years now. The fact that ancient Egyptians built structures with near-perfect ratio proportions is simply incredible. So many people believe that they must have had some extra help. When a UFO is spotted above a pyramid-shaped structure, it cements this theory. This particular dish-shaped craft was snapped hovering above a Mexican pyramid on the 4th of May, 2015. The witness stated that they didn't notice the craft when the photo was taken, but when they looked back at their photo, they spotted this saucer-shaped craft. The photo is clear, but the craft does look large, which begs the question, surely someone would have seen it. Perhaps the object was traveling at a too high speed for anyone to notice it. This UFO sighting made news headlines everywhere when a young Indian boy claimed to have captured a dish-shaped craft flying above Patna, India. The boy stated that he was taking pictures of strange cloud formations and he then noticed the saucer-shaped craft. Personally, I'm not sure about this one. It looks as if the craft is taken from a Hollywood movie. It's almost too perfect. However, the boy has said he is willing to give up the photo for detailed photo analysis in order for it to be verified. When UFOs are witnessed on Earth, it causes many people to get excited and speculate over what they have just seen. However, many of these sightings can easily be debunked as bugs, aircrafts, or weather phenomena. When a mysterious object is seen on another planet, it makes the sighting far more credible. This dish-shaped UFO was captured observing the Mars rover on January the 20th, 2015. The photo was taken by the rover itself and can be checked on the official NASA website. We'll post a link in the description box. We cannot pass this off as any old man-made aircraft because we haven't sent any such aerial craft to Mars. So that begs the question, who built this flying object? Who is controlling it? And who is the pilot? Is there a possibility that we are being watched? Every year there are thousands of sightings, and these were just a few of my personal favorites from 2015. If you have ever seen a UFO, please leave a comment below as I'm always looking to find out more about these mysterious objects. Thank you very much for watching.
Thank you guys for subscribing.
Though evil spirits and demons seem like the stuff of fiction, these extreme cases could make you believe otherwise. Many people throughout history have become victims to demonic possession, so let's explore the top 5 cases of demonic possession. Arnie Johnson. The case of Arnie Johnson is the first known court case in the United States, during which the defense attempted to prove that the defendant was not guilty by reason of possession. In 1981, Arnie Johnson murdered his landlord, Alan Bono, in Connecticut. Johnson's attorney argued that his actions indicated a pattern of erratic behavior that had begun when Johnson was just a child. Johnson's family even consulted with demonologists, Ed and Lorraine Warren. Therefore, the lawyers argued that the child had been tormented and harassed by unknown entities for most of his life. They asserted that his evil doings resulted not from a psychological disorder, but from a demonic possession. Ultimately, the judge ruled that demonic possession was not a valid defense against first-degree murder. Johnson was convicted, but he only served a mere 5 years of his 10 to 20-year sentence. Julia. In 2008, Dr. Richard Gallagher, a board-certified psychiatrist and professor at New York Medical College, documented the case of a patient named Julia, whom he concluded was indeed possessed by demons. It is rare that a scientist would acknowledge the possibility of possession, typically doctors, as they think possession is either fraudulent or rather the result of a mental illness. Dr. Gallagher personally observed items flying around the room, Julia levitating off the bed, speaking in tongues, and knowing things about people around her that she could not possibly have known. Here is a statement Gallagher wrote. Julia would go into trances of a recurring nature. Mentally troubled individuals often dissociate, but Julia's trances were accompanied by an unusual phenomenon. Out of her mouth would come various threats, taunts, and languages, phrases such as, "Leave her alone, you idiot, she's ours, leave you stupid priest." The tone of this voice was different from Julia's, and it varied, sometimes sounding dark and masculine, and at other points sounding very high-pitched. Most of her comments during these trances displayed a marked contempt for anything religious or sacred. Clara Seal. In 1906, Clara Seal was a Christian student at St. Michael's Mission in Natal, South Africa. For some reason, Clara prayed to and made a pact with Satan when she was 16 years old, and just days later was overtaken by strange impulses. She was repulsed by religious artifacts such as crucifixes. She could speak and understand several languages, of which she had no previous knowledge, and she became clairvoyant regarding the thoughts and histories of people around her. Nuns who attended to Clara reported that she produced horrible animalistic sounds. She also levitated up to 5 feet in the air. Eventually, 2 priests were brought in to perform an exorcism. Clara tried to strangle one of the priests with his stole, and over 170 people witnessed her levitating as the priest read scriptures. Over the course of 2 days, the rites of exorcism successfully drove the dark spirits from her body.
Hello, everybody. I'm sleepy.
Ronald Doe. Known as the real story behind the novel and Hollywood movie The Exorcist, the tale of 14-year-old Ronald Doe is the most notorious stories of demonic possession. In fact, Ronald Doe is not his real name. It is assigned to him by the Catholic Church in order to preserve the boy's privacy. In the late 1940s, Doe's aunt encouraged him to use a Ouija board, and many speculate that after her death the boy attempted to contact his aunt with the Ouija board, an act which opened the door for demons who wished to possess him. The possession started with strange sounds, like dripping water that no one could place. Eventually, religious artifacts began to quake and fly off the walls, and unexplained footsteps and scratching noises could be heard from around the house. Scratches began to appear on the boy's body, including words that seemed to have been carved into the boy's flesh by unseen claws. The boy spoke in a dark voice and levitated in the air. His family brought in a Catholic priest who determined that the boy was possessed by evil spirits and needed an exorcism. The exorcism was performed over 30 times,
Sorry to hear that,
with the boy
MG.
injuring the priest many times. When at last the rite was successful, the entire hospital heard those cries of anguish and reported a horrible sulfuric odor hanging in the air. Anneliese Michel. The story of Anneliese Michel is a controversial one and is the inspiration for many films. Most notable, the 2005 courtroom drama horror film, The Exorcism of Emily Rose. 16-year-old Anneliese Michel had a history of epilepsy and mental illness, for which she had often been treated at a psychiatric hospital. However, in 1973, Anneliese became suicidal, rejected all religious artifacts, drank her own urine, and began to hear voices. Medicine did nothing to help the girl. She begged her family to bring in a priest because she believed that she was possessed by demons. Though her request was rejected, 2 local priests secretly began treating her with exorcism rites. Meanwhile, her parents stopped treating her epilepsy and mental disorders. Anneliese had almost 70 exorcisms performed on her over the course of 10 months. She refused to eat and often talked of dying. She was dead within a year. Anneliese Michel died from starvation. Consequently, her parents and the priest responsible were charged with neglect homicide. Whether you believe demonic possession is real or not, there's no doubting that these stories are creepy. If anyone knows any more information about this subject or explanations, please leave a comment below. Thank you for watching.
The doctor went to prison. You're scared? Yeah, that was that. No more scary. Sorry about the images. Yeah, bro.
There are many unexplained mysteries on this earth that people and scientists cannot explain. Whether you believe these stories or not, there is no solid explanation for them. So here are 5 unsolved stories from around the world. During the Cold War, Russia and the Allies weren't exactly best friends. For 50 years, both sides tried to hide their failures from each other, creating a climate where you couldn't be sure what was real and what was propaganda. So when a Czech agent leaked information about a failed Russian spaceflight in December 1959, no one knew what to make of it. According to the story, Yuri Gagarin's successful 1961 trip into orbit was only one in a long line of Soviet space attempts, and merely the first one that didn't end in the pilot's gruesome death. Worryingly, there may be some evidence to this. In February 1961, 2 months before Yuri's flight, a listening station in Italy apparently recorded 2 Russian voices broadcasting the words, "Everything is satisfactory, we are orbiting the Earth." A few days later, they picked up another transmission that sounded like a scream of terror, followed by empty silence. 2 later recordings were also made, including one of 3 sobbing people saying, "Conditions are growing worse. Why don't you answer? We are going slower. The world will never know about us." So what were they? Were they clever fakes? Or evidence that Russia abandoned cosmonauts to a horrifying fate? We may never know this mystery. In 1950, a Victorian man appeared in Times Square. Witnesses said he looked startled, and then a minute later he was hit by a car and killed. The officials at the morgue searched his body and found these strange items in his
I'm
pockets.
sleeping.
A copper token for a beer worth 5 cents, about $70 in old banknotes, business cards with the name Rudolph Fentz and an address on 5th Avenue, a letter sent to this address in June 1876 from Philadelphia. None of these objects showed any signs of aging. Captain Herbert Rim of the Missing Persons Department There's a twist.
My bad.
In 2007,
My bad.
a researcher working for the then Berlin News Archive found a newspaper story in the archives from April 1951, reporting the story almost as it is reported today. This newspaper archive was printed 5 months before the short story sourced as The Origin. What's even more strange, a number of researchers have claimed to have found evidence of the real Rudolph Fentz and proof of his disappearance, aged 29, in 1876. In June 1936, Max and his wife Emma were on a walk when they noticed a rock with wood sticking out from its core. They decided to take the oddity home and later cracked it open with a hammer and chisel. What they found inside seemed to be an ancient hammer of sorts. A team of archaeologists checked it out, and as it turns out, the rock encasing the hammer was dated back more than 400 million years, and the hammer itself turned out to be more than 500 million years old. A section of the handle had begun the transformation to coal. The hammer's head, made of more than 96% iron, is far more pure than anything nature could have achieved. without an assist from modern technology. The hammer is now on show at the Creation Evidence Museum in Texas. For more than 3 decades, miners at the Wonderstone Silver Mine in South Africa have been extracting out of deep rocks several strange metallic spheroids. In 1979, several were closely examined by a professor of geology at the University of Johannesburg. The metallic spheroids look like flattened globes, averaging 1 to 4 inches in diameter, and their exteriors usually are colored steel blue with a reddish reflection, and embedded in the metal are tiny flecks of white fibers. They are made of a nickel-steel alloy, which does not occur naturally, and is of a composition that rules out meteoric origin. Some have only a thin shell, 1/4 of an inch thick, and when broken open are found filled with a strange spongy material that disintegrates into dust once it contacts with the air. What makes this mystery remarkable is that the spheroids were mined out of a layer of rock dated to be at least 2.8 billion years old. Adding mystery to mystery, the curator of the South African Museum has discovered that the spheroids he has on exhibit slowly rotate on its axis by its own power, while locked in its display case and free of outside vibrations. The stones are very well balanced and have been taken to the California Space Institute at the University of California to have tests done to determine just how well balanced it is. It turned out that the balance is within 100,000th of an inch from absolute perfection. One NASA scientist reportedly said that they do not have the technology to create anything as finely balanced as this. He said the only way that either nature or human technology could create something so finely balanced would be in a zero-gravity environment.
Sorry to hear that, MG. Bro, I hope you get better soon. Everybody that's going through something.
From the 1960s. It begins in Rio, Brazil. 2 young men, Manuel de Cruz
My eyes
and
are
Miguel
shut.
both electrical technicians,
I'm about to go to
were
sleep.
found lying dead together in the middle of a forest. Their corpses dressed in their smartest suits with lead masks covering their faces. The cause of death was undetermined. The case for suicide or murder is still out on these two. Cruz and Vienna set off on a trip to
Shout
buy
out
electronic
Jasmine.
work supplies and a new car.
Member.
They were reported to have left with money for a car and
Bree,
stopped by
number
at a
1.
general store to buy a bottle of water and a raincoat on the way. The man who served them told the police that the pair looked
Angel,
nervous and were in a
number
hurry,
3.
checking their watches every minute or
Jasmine,
so.
number
Their
2.
bodies were found 3 days later, but what's most puzzling is what they were found with at the scene. Police investigators found them in their suits and raincoats, wearing lead eye masks with no holes, the types to use against radiation, 2 towels and a notebook on the ground near the bodies. The money for the car was gone. As if the lead masks and suits weren't spooky enough, the instructions written in the notebook seem to point to a very strange mystery. There in Portuguese were the words 1630, be at agreed place, 1830, swallow capsules, after effect, protect metals, wait for mask signal. Were Cruz and Vienna scheduled to meet with aliens? Or maybe even time travelers from another dimension? Reports couldn't even find out what the pills were, as their organs had rotted away. Perhaps this truly was a case of interdimensional travel that had gone.
I'm about to go to sleep. Can't get more interesting than that. Unsolved. Can you hear me?
Look up at the stars and not down at your feet. Try to make sense of what you see and wonder about what makes the universe exist. Be curious. Stephen Hawking. I'm Mike with List 25, and here are 20.
Jazz.
25. The sun boils. With the right telescope, you can see the sun boiling. Just as warm water rises in a cook pot, cools and falls down the sides via the process of convection, the sun transfers energy to its surface via millions of cells called granules, which live for at most 20 minutes. 24. Gravitational waves. Albert Einstein reported on the existence of gravitational waves back in 1916, a century before their existence was confirmed. The science world was elated by their ultimate discovery in 2015, revealing that space-time could actually ripple, just as the still water on a pond ripples when a stone is tossed into it. 23.
Jazz. Thank you.
Though it sounds like a science fiction writer's creation, The Interplanetary Transport Network is one of the coolest facts about the universe on our list. Originally named the Interplanetary Superhighway, the ITN is a set of pathways through our solar system based on the competing gravity of celestial bodies. Satellites and other spacecraft can use it to slowly move between objects while using very little energy. 22. Plasma. Most of us were taught in science class that there are 3 types of matter: solid, liquid, and gas. But there's a 4th, plasma. Made by heating a gas or applying a strong electromagnetic field to it, plasma is the most plentiful form of matter in the universe. It can be seen in neon signs, and in this picture as the space shuttle Atlantis re-enters the atmosphere in 2012. 21. Airglow. A unique phenomenon that can only be seen from space, airglow is the release of energy by atoms and molecules high up in the atmosphere. Releasing their energy after a day of excitation by the sun, the molecules can produce visible light, such as the green given off by oxygen molecules. 20. Dark matter. One of the strange things which continues to baffle astronomers is dark matter, a maybe it exists, maybe it doesn't hypothetical substance that makes up over 80% of matter in the universe. Scientists are currently smashing particles together in the Large Hadron Collider to understand more about it. So far, the science world has broken dark matter up into different varieties, such as light dark matter, cold dark matter, and warm dark matter. 19. Light speed. Light travels almost 16 trillion miles, or about 5 trillion kilometers in 1 year. To compare, the light from our sun reaches us in only 8.3 minutes. 18. The sun self-regulates. The sun is actually a self-regulating entity. When too many hydrogen atoms are colliding and fusion is happening at too high a rate, the core heats up and slightly expands onto the outer layers. The extra space created decreases the density of atoms and thus the collision/fusion rate. When this happens, the core cools and shrinks, carrying on its ever-present balancing act. 17. Infinitesimally small chances. The chance any hydrogen atom on the sun will collide with another hydrogen atom and produce nuclear fusion is estimated at only 1 in every 5 billion years. Thankfully, there are plenty of hydrogen atoms in the sun's core to test those odds, so we don't need to worry about the sun dimming out anytime soon. 16. The snowman craters. 3 side-by-side craters on the asteroid Vesta, the second most massive body in the asteroid belt and one of the biggest contributors of meteorites which have landed on Earth, have been said to resemble a snowman on the rocky object. 15. Planetesimals, such as the objects making up the Oort cloud, are solid objects that are likely the debris of planet formation.
The funky
Though their
monkey.
exteriors are bombarded with solar radiation, thus changing their chemistry and structure, their
I'll just
insides are
give you
believed
this
to
one.
contain pure material that, if captured and studied, will give scientists clues to the universe at the time of our solar system's formation.
Or you could
14.
click the link.
Origin of comets.
There should be a
Most
link
of the
on the
comets
video.
entering the inner solar system likely come from the Oort cloud, a collection of trillions of pieces of solid icy objects just outside our solar system. Comets are assumed to be dislodged by the gravitational interaction of the Milky Way and passing stars, throwing the icy objects towards the inner solar system. 13. The Golden Record. Both the Voyager 1 and Voyager 2 probes carry an audiovisual gold-plated record disc with them. Bearing photos of the Earth, its life forms, and even a greeting from the U.S. President and Secretary General of the UN, the record was made in case any other intelligent life forms find the spacecrafts. 12. Sounds in space. Did you know the universe makes noises? In September 2013, NASA released audio recordings of plasma waves, the first sounds ever recorded in interstellar space. 11. Cosmic Purgatory. Astronomers have termed a new region of space discovered by the Voyager 1 probe as Cosmic Purgatory. Just outside of the solar system, this area sees the solar system's magnetic field doubled as it creates a barrier to interstellar space. Charged particles emitted from the sun also slow their course and turn back inward. 10. Voyager 2. Since the Earth revolves around the sun at a rate faster than NASA's Voyager 2 travels outward from the Earth, the distance between Earth and the probe decreases at certain times of the year, such as springtime. 9. Insufficient solar furnaces. Despite being our primary source of energy, the sun is, volume for volume speaking, grossly inefficient. To compare, an old light bulb gave off 100 watts of energy. The sun, only about 276.5 watts per cubic meter. That's about as much as the metabolism of a lizard. 8. Temperature of the sun. The hottest point on Earth was recorded in Iran's Lut Desert, reaching a staggering 160 degrees Fahrenheit, or 71 degrees Celsius in 2015. Scientists haven't even found bacteria able to survive this in the desert. In contrast, the sun is 5,778 Kelvin, easier known as 9,941 degrees Fahrenheit, or 5,505 degrees Celsius, and that's just the surface temperature. The core of the sun has a temperature averaging 15.7 million degrees Kelvin, or 28.3 million degrees Fahrenheit, or 15.69 million degrees Celsius. 7. Size of our sun. To give some meaningless comparisons between our sun and the Earth, the sun has 333,000 times more mass and is 1,300,000 times more voluminous than our planet. Despite these facts, its average density is only about 26% of the Earth's. 6. Time to reach our second nearest star. Though no mission has been planned to our second nearest star after the Sun, Proxima Centauri, if we were to send a spacecraft towards it, it would take about 74,000 Earth years to reach it. Sorry to all the futurists out there. It doesn't seem like this will happen in our lifetimes. 5. Distance traveled by our furthest space probe. The most distant space probe humanity has ever launched, Voyager 1, just left the bounds of the solar system in 2012. Despite having flown for nearly 40 years, the probe is only 18.53 light hours away from Earth as of April 2016. That's only 1/500th of a light year. To travel 1 light year,
Oh, it's out of
Voyager 1 would
stock.
have to sail among the stars for
I'm
almost
so sorry.
1,000 years. 4. Slow-moving photons.
You probably want a big funky monkey
Photon
though.
only takes 8.3 minutes to travel from the sun
These
to the
are the
Earth.
small
It can
ones.
take 100,000 years to move from the sun's core to the surface. Why? Well, the sun's core is incredibly dense, 150 times more dense than water. Therefore, the gamma rays released from fusion can only travel a few millimeters before being absorbed by another atom and re-radiated in a constant chain on their way out of the core. 3. Nearest black holes to us. There are at least 16 observed stellar mass black holes in the Milky Way, which are closer to us than the galaxy's center, Sagittarius A.
The 4-pound
closest,
funky monkey.
616 Monocerotis, is about 3,000 light years away. Though black holes are known for sucking in all nearby matter, we don't have to worry too much. Our closest star, the Sun, is about 0.0000158 light years away. So the gravitational pull from 3,000 light years away isn't something to be concerned about, for now. 2. Supermassive black holes. The largest known type of black hole, a supermassive black hole, is so big it can have a mass many billions of times the mass of our sun. Located at the center of nearly all massive galaxies, a supermassive black hole also exists in the center of our own Milky Way. It's called Sagittarius A and was discovered in 1974. 1. Extraterrestrial life? In April 2010, radio astronomers at the University of Manchester noticed an unknown object in the starburst galaxy Messier 82. The unknown object sent out radio waves which have never been observed in the known universe. Scientists still aren't sure what it could be, though I'm sure extraterrestrial theorists have their own opinions.
How long is this video?
Shadow people are said to be shadow-like creatures of supernatural origin, which appear as dark forms in people's visions. Reports of shadow people are similar to ghost sightings, but differ in that shadow people are not reported as having any human features. Most accounts of shadow people are described as black humanoid silhouettes with no mouths, noses, eyes, or any expressions whatsoever. Though witnesses have described child-sized humanoids or shapeless masses, they're described as a black mass, and their movement is often quick and disjointed. So here are 5 scary stories of people who have witnessed a shadow person.
That's
a few years ago, I went on a nighttime walk with a good friend through a cemetery. Its name was Sacred Blood Cemetery, as if it wasn't creepy enough already. After a while, we felt creeped out, but we didn't see anything, so we decided to head out. We turned around, and about 30 feet away appeared a black, dark outline of something peering at us from behind a tree. Something felt sinister. My heart started pounding, and the air seemed really thin. I tried to dismiss it at first as being part of the tree, but as we walked around the tree, it seemed to move with us, to remain hidden behind the tree. It was absolutely terrifying.
Have a great day, Ella.
About 10 years ago, me and my sister were home alone. I've never really believed in the paranormal, but I've always been open to possibilities. It was around 3 a.m. My sister was downstairs watching the telly, and my room was upstairs, and I had to go to the bathroom. Now, the bathroom faces the flight of stairs, and you could always see the glare from the light off the streets illuminating the living room and downstairs. But this one time, because I always looked downstairs while going to the loo, there was no glare. There was no glow from the telly my sister was watching. All I could see that one time was this blackness walking up the stairs or hovering. It was the first time I felt this terror within me. I froze. I froze there for a couple of seconds. I ran to my room, turned on the lights and sat on my bed trying to figure out what had just happened. I didn't know what it was or what it was called. It looked like a shadow. It was coming towards me and it scared me. This house is very creepy. I was a kid, maybe 10 years old. I just gone to bed and was wide awake. It takes me a long time to get to sleep, with the window open in my room. I looked at the window and there was a shadow that looked like the outline of a man looking in. My room was on the second story of our house, and we had peak roofs, so I'm 99% sure it wasn't just a person looking in. It was a shadow. I screamed and ran to my parents' room and told them that I'd just seen a shadow looking in the window. They went and looked and it was gone. It still haunts me to this day.
I think it was the funky monkey.
I've always been open spiritually, especially as a kid, and have seen ghosts and spirits before, but it's nothing compared to this shadow person I saw when I was 13. For starters, I don't know what these things are. I've done lots of researching to try and make sense of these entities, but I honestly have no idea. They are not ghosts or spirits, as I've seen them before. What I saw was not something in the corner of my eye, it was something that looked white and transparent, like I've seen previously with other entities. They are basically a black mass. This is what I saw. I was trying to sleep, tossing and turning, and I turned over on my opposite side to face my doorway, which was on the other side of my room. My door was wide open because I was frightened as a kid, especially of the night, as I always saw mysterious figures. This particular night, standing in my doorway was this black figure of a man standing 6 foot tall. The black figure of the man stood with his arms by his side, and you could not see through him. It looked three-dimensional. This figure didn't have a hat or red eyes like I've read of other people. It was just a silhouette of a man. I sat up as soon as I saw it, and I stared at it for a good 5 seconds. I wasn't scared for some reason, and I can't really explain why. I think it was just shock. I asked what's wrong, as I assumed it was my mother. When I got no reply, I assumed it was my brother, and asked the same question, and still no reply. By that point, I'd realised what was happening, and pulled the covers over my head. I looked up 10 seconds later, and it was gone. I was about 10 years old at the time, and I'd moved into a different state with my mum and her new husband.
You're right.
I was home alone on the computer and sitting in an open area. All the lights in the house were turned off. The only light I had on was the one coming from my computer screen and from the running TV.
That's
you know when you
scary.
get that feeling, as if someone's watching you? I looked around to see if anything was in the room, and I just saw this dark human figure standing near the stairs.
Are we all
It
looking
was a
around?
dark mass. The hairs on my neck stood up. It was just standing there, looking at me. with one hand on the banister. I grabbed my laptop and ran to my room, repeatedly calling my parents.
Chat, I might go to sleep. Gotta say thank you, Jasmine.
Some people consider the Ouija board to be nothing more than a toy. However, the mystery and psychological power that the board can have over people is a serious concern. Some people claim that the board has the ability to accurately predict the future, or that it harbours terrible and evil forces. Others believe that it provides a channel through which the user can communicate with the spirits of the dead. Whatever you believe, these are 5 stories that haven't ended well for the users. Number 5. Coward. 2 friends decided to use a Ouija board. They planned to use the board to mess around with.
Good night.
At first, one of them was hesitant, but agreed to do it as long as she didn't have to participate. After she had the board
Ouija
set up,
board, I
her friend
can't.
asked, "Is there anyone in here?" There was no reply. So, being the foolish teenager that he was, he violently said, "If anything is in here and not talking, you're a coward." The board was put away after that. A week later, he was sleeping upstairs on his couch. He woke up for no reason. He looked around to see what could have woken him up, and couldn't see a thing, but felt as if he was being watched, or like something was in the room. After attempting to get back to sleep, he suddenly heard from downstairs, "Get the boy," in a chilling voice. The hairs on his neck stood up and he started to shake. He opened his eyes and listened, but heard nothing. He once again attempted to go back to sleep.
Hey, I'm
and
not
then
trying
heard
to
again,
see that.
"Get the boy." It was much louder this time. Then the downstairs door slammed
I'm
shut
scared.
and he felt a burst of cold air. All he could think about was the Ouija board.
Hey, Maddie's,
Number
it's
4.
chill.
The case of Nellie Hurd. In 1935, a man named Herbert B. Hurd shot his wife 4 times in the back. Arrested by police at the time of the incident, the 78-year-old husband described his stressful relationship with his wife following her consultations with a Ouija board. Mrs. Nellie Hurd claims
Hey,
to
Maddie.
receive messages from the Ouija board about her husband's infidelity.
Shout out to
The
all
board
you.
allegedly told her that her husband gave his mistress a great deal of money.
That link isn't
After
working
each
either.
consultation with the Ouija board, the
Maybe
wife would give her husband a dark look
leave the
and
video
announce
and
that
come
she'd
out.
caught him in
Come
yet
back.
another lie. Over the course of several weeks, the wife tied him to the bedpost with wire and whipped his body with knotted ropes. She used a burning poker to wound him and stabbed him in the shins with a knife. Finally, under the brunt of bodily torture,
You like
he
this stuff?
confessed anything she wanted to hear, just so that she would stop. Satisfied with his confession, she left a gun on the nightstand. Freed, yet still
Thanks,
terrified,
Monique.
the husband seized the gun and shot her in the back before she could inflict any further harm.
You
The
too.
courts ruled the murder a justifiable homicide, since the husband was reasonably in fear for his life. Number 3. You can't hide secrets from a Ouija board. One summer, 3 middle school boys discovered a Ouija board in a bin outside a local apartment building. Tom, the oldest, was terribly cruel and a bully
Sorry,
to the younger
Monique.
boy, Josh. The third boy, Chris, would avoid the abuse by remaining silent. Secretly, Chris and Josh disliked Tom's behaviour, but they tolerated it because they had no other friends. That summer, the 3 boys took the discovered Ouija board to Tom's house, where he was alone most of the time anyway. His father was always working and his mum had passed away years before. As the 3 boys sat in the middle of the living room, with their hands on the planchette, they became bored after 20 minutes of waiting. When they were just about to give up, the planchette budged. Finally, it spelled out, "Get away." "Get away? I live here," Tom shouted. The planchette started moving more briskly in a figure of 8. "Now." "That's weird. I wonder what it means," Chris said, glancing at Tom and Josh. He looked back at the board. "Where should we go?" Chris asked. "It hurts." "This is stupid," Tom said. He looked at Josh and Chris. "You guys are doing this."
Sorry,
"You'll test it.
Jasmine.
Josh, let go." Josh removed his hand from the planchette. "Now ask it a question that only you will know."
Jasmine was funky monkey.
Josh immediately asked, "Who is the person that keeps hitting me?" Tom gave Josh a nasty glare, but the planchette was already moving quickly. Ask Tom, it answered. This is stupid, Tom said. Dad, the board spelled. Huh? Chris said, staring at the board. I think that answer was for Tom. He glanced up at Josh, and they exchanged confused expressions. Dad, it spelled again. Tom's breathing started to accelerate. His face turned red and sweat formed on his brow. Dad, it spelled a third time. Tom jumped up and ran from the room crying. It was the first time Josh and Chris had ever seen or heard Tom cry. They only learned a few days later that Tom's father routinely abused him. Somehow the Ouija board knew Tom's
Shivering my
secret.
timbers.
Number 2, Jake. Cindy was only 13.
Yeah, the link
she was
works
the middle
for me.
child within a large, devoutly Christian family.
It's the tiny funky
She
monkey.
had 3 older sisters, a younger sister, and a younger brother. At some point during the 8th grade, a friend let her borrow a Ouija board one weekend. And that weekend, Cindy and her older sisters played with the board. They did it in secret, late at night, because they knew how strongly their parents would disapprove. That weekend, the mysterious talking board mesmerized Cindy. She became obsessed with it. She could think of nothing else and soon had a list of questions that she wanted to ask the board. Cindy had an hour every day after school where she was alone in the house before her older sisters returned from high school. On Monday afternoon, right after getting home from school, she cautiously crept up to her room, set up the Ouija board on her bed, and gently laid her fingertips on top of the pointer. After just 10 minutes of sitting quietly, the planchette started to jerk softly across the board. It spelled out "Hi." Cindy's breath caught in her throat. "Hi?" she quickly answered. "Who are you?" The planchette then spelled out "Jake." A chilling sensation ran through Cindy. Jake was a friend of hers who had died in a car accident in the 4th grade. "Jake, is it really you?" Cindy sat up, her arms shaking with excitement. The pointer quickly moved to say, "Yeah." Over the next hour, Cindy held a conversation with Jake. Every day after school, Cindy would race up to her room and have a conversation with Jake about her life and about her future. But after a few days,
you could email me SRtheRuler at Gmail.
And angrier.
I could send you a link.
By the second week, Cindy had the impression that she wasn't talking with Jake at all, but instead a dark and terrible imposter. By the end of the second week, the entity revealed itself as a demon and threatened Cindy that if she told anyone about their conversations, she would die. That Friday night, when her sisters got home, they found Cindy curled up in a corner crying. It took a week in a mental facility before Cindy could recover from the emotional damage that the entity caused her during those 2 fateful weeks of her childhood.
SRtheRuler at Gmail.
Diablo. One boy did a Ouija board with a few friends. He set it up along with candles all around it. His friend Matt asked the first question, "Is anyone there?" There was no response. After asking more questions, the friends still had no answers. Then suddenly the TV turned on. Brushing this off as a technical fault,
No,
they then
Funky
started to
Monkey
notice
is
that each of the
fire.
candles in the room
I got it laying on my
began to
chest.
turn. One by one, things got worse. Matt once again asked, "Who is there?" and the planchette started to move. It spelled out Diablo. Then the planchette started to move frantically. And
The
started spelling
Funky
out,
Monkey.
"Get out, get out." They all jumped up and switched the lights on and set fire to the board. It wasn't until after the session that they looked up what Diablo means. It's the Spanish word for devil. Those are 5 pretty disturbing Ouija board stories. If anyone has any other Ouija board experiences that they would like to share, please leave a comment below, as I'd love to hear them. The Curiosity rover is part of NASA's Mars science mission. The rover landed on Mars on the 6th of August 2012. The goal of the rover was to investigate the climate and geology, assessing whether or not Mars could be explored by humans in the future. Although the goals of the rover are clear, Many people question whether or not the planet has already been inhabited.
Should I stop this and go to sleep?
Over the years, strange and mysterious photos have appeared from the rover, making people question what is actually on the planet and what the rover's true mission is. These 5 strange things have been discovered on Mars. Number 5. The levitating orb. This mysterious photograph seems to show a sphere-shaped rock hovering a few inches above the ground. This photo was taken near Mount Sharp, a mountain area on Mars, 18,000 feet above the valley floor. At first glance, the object looks as though it is hovering, and we can even see a shadow being cast beneath it. Many people that believe in otherworldly beings have suggested that it could be advanced technology. However, these types of photos can play tricks on our minds. The object could be supernatural, or perhaps the camera angle is giving the illusion of hovering, when the object is really laying on the ground. Number 4. The pyramid. The Curiosity rover photographed this pyramid structure on May 7, 2015. Paranormal enthusiasts have stated that it shows a near-perfect design and shape, and that the object is likely the result of intelligent design and certainly not a trick of light or shadow. When first seeing this photo, it is very interesting. It looks like the pyramids we are used to seeing on Earth, and as we know, there is much speculation as to how the pyramids were built. However, a principal investigator of the Mars rover has stated that the structure in the photo is probably just a volcanic rock. Many volcanic rocks on Mars break and cleave in very sharp, angular ways, but many believers are frustrated that the photo has been labelled a rock. Physicists have even stated that they believe the red planet is already inhabited by humans, and that labelling
By
a
the
photo
way, good
a rock
night.
will
I'm
discourage people from believing the truth.
so happy that I saw you guys. Got to talk to you.
Interesting photo, but is it the work of intelligence,
ladies and gentlemen,
the work of nature?
And good night
Number
to you.
3,
Have a great day
rodent.
tomorrow.
Okay, so this
Thank
is a
you.
personal favourite of mine, known as the Mars rat.
Do I get a lot of crushes?
By the Curiosity rover sometime in September 2012. When first published, this photo aroused a lot of interest amongst UFO enthusiasts. They claimed that there was finally proof of life on Mars.
Love you guys
The photo
too.
itself is very clear, and when I first saw it, I thought it may have been falsified. However, it is easy enough to check the NASA website to confirm its validity, so I went online to check and have posted a link in the description box for you to see for yourselves that this is a NASA original photo. Going back to the subject of the photo, Curiosity scientists are not sure what it is and have branded the photo, you guessed it, a rock. But some scientists have stated that if NASA do intend to send humans to Mars, they would have to test the conditions first. So perhaps this is a NASA experiment involving animals, or is the rodent an inhabitant of Mars? Number 2, the crab. This crab-like object was seen on Mars in late July 2015. When this photo was uploaded, it reminded many people of the facehuggers from the movie Alien. When the photo is blown up, we can see what looks like 8 legs, just like crabs on Earth. This strange creature does look out of place hanging from the wall of the rock. Many people have argued about its size, with guesses ranging from a few feet to the size of a car.
Yeah, I see your
NASA scientists
picture.
have hit back and said that this is a case of
Those
pareidolia, where the brain tricks the eyes into seeing familiar shapes and objects, such as faces or animals within patterns and textures of clouds and rock surfaces. One scientist stated that people who want this to be true are going to see what they want to see, but conspiracy theorists are sticking by the crab theory. Number 1, the sand creature. Quite possibly the most famous photo showing life on Mars, this strange-looking humanoid creature was spotted by the Mars Spirit Explorer. When this photo went live, many paranormal enthusiasts pointed to aliens and stated that this photo was evidence to prove that life on Mars exists. Surprisingly, There isn't much information about this photo. This makes conspiracy theorists believe in the photo even more. The mysterious creature was snapped in 2008, but the photo was quickly put to bed, with scientists saying that the structure is not that tall.
Hey,
It's
Sean.
only a few centimeters high. It's just a rock. But what do you think? Here's something to bear in mind. Astronomers have measured the age of the universe to be approximately 13 to 15 billion years old, and it's important to remember that the Milky Way galaxy we live in is one among billions in space. There are so many mysteries in the universe. For example, in 1977, we received a signal from deep space that lasted 72 seconds. We still don't know how or where it came from. Whether you believe in other life forms or not, there is no denying that space is an amazing concept, while being seriously scary at the same time. So, those are my personal favourite photos of possible life on Mars. Are there any good ones that you think I may have missed? If so, please leave a comment below. I would love to hear what you think about the photos.
Yes, big shout out to Bree. Monique, no you're not.
Many children growing up will normally have a doll as a companion. They can make for good friends, but when the doll is haunted, that once sweet relationship can turn sinister. This is the story of Robert Otto and his doll. In the late 1800s, Thomas Otto and his family moved to a mansion in Florida, which is now known as the Artist House. The Ottos were known to be stern with their servants, sometimes even mistreating them.
Yes, Monique.
It was the first treatment of one such servant that provides a twist in this story.
And all of y'all.
This woman was hired
Jasmine.
to take care of their son, Robert.
All of
One day, Mrs. Otto supposedly witnessed her practicing black magic in their backyard and fired her. Before she left, the woman gave Robert a lifelike doll which stood 3 feet tall, had buttons for eyes, and was filled with straw. Dolls that resembled children were not unheard of during this time, but this one proved to be special. Robert named the doll after himself, and often dressed it in his clothes. Robert the doll became his trustworthy companion. The doll even had a seat at the dinner table, where Robert would sneak at bites of food when his parents weren't looking. Robert would even be tucked into bed with the boy at night. Soon this innocent relationship took on a strange nature.
Hope you're doing good.
Soon after, Robert chose to be referred to by his middle name, Jean, after being scolded by his mother. He told her that Robert was the doll's name, not his. Jean was often heard in his toy room having conversations with Robert. Jean would often say something in a childish manner, and responses could be heard in a much lower voice. Sometimes Jean would become very agitated, worrying the servants and his mother. She would, on occasions, burst in to find her son
like the
Harrowing
video?
in the corner of the room, while Robert sat perched in a chair or on the bed glaring at him. This was only the beginning. Household objects would be found thrown across the room. Wherever these unusual acts took place, Jean always said, Robert did it. The boy took the punishment, but always insisted that the blame was Robert's. As the mischief grew,
The next
more and more
Robert.
servants took their leave as new ones were hired. The Otto's relatives felt it was time to do something. With the recommendation of a great aunt, Jean's parents removed Robert from his care and placed him in a box in the attic. This is where he was kept for many years. After the death of his father, Jean was willed his boyhood home. He decided to live in a Victorian mansion with his new wife. Jean had become an artist and felt the house was spacious and would provide a place for him to paint. He went to the attic and dusted off his old childhood toy. He became attached to the doll, despite his wife's displeasure. Jean would take the doll along with him everywhere they went. He even sat in his favourite little chair while Jean and his wife slept nearby. The turret room became Robert's domain after Mrs. Otto moved him back in the attic. Their marriage slowly turned sour until Mrs. Otto supposedly went insane and died of unknown reasons. Jean followed soon behind.
I'm under your bed.
Attacked people, sometimes locking them in the attic. People who passed by claimed to hear evil laughter coming from the turret room.
I'm under your bed watching
Robert
this
remained
video.
in an empty house by himself until a new family purchased the mansion and restored it. The doll was once again moved to the attic. This pleased it as much as the last time. The doll was often found throughout the house, On one night, Robert was found at the foot of the owner's bed, giggling with a kitchen knife in hand. This was enough to send them fleeing from the home. Robert was later moved to the East Martello Museum in Key West, where he sits perched in a glass box. Despite his new living quarters, the doll was believed to not have given up his menacing ways. Visitors and employees claimed to have seen the doll move, as well as smile. One employee cleaned Robert, turned off all the lights, and left for the night. The next day, he returned to find the lights turned on,
That little
Robert sitting in a
doll
different
right
position
there.
than the night before, and a fresh layer of dust on his shoes. Some say he'll even curse you. If you want to take a picture of him, you must ask politely. He'll tilt his head in permission. However, if he doesn't and you take the picture anyways, a curse will fall upon you and anyone who accompanied you to the museum. To this day, Robert remains at the East Martello Museum, in his sailor suit clutching his stuffed lion, continuing his menacing ways.
Took a picture of it. Now what? Now what? I ain't scared. You're right, Monique. The emojis say so much.
Over the years, many ghost sightings have been caught on camera, some of which are not only creepy, but also unexplained. So let's count down 5 creepy ghost sightings.
Ooh.
As scary as it looks, this picture has been shrouded in mystery for years. The story goes back to the mid-1950s, taking place in Texas. The Cooper family had just moved into an old house that they bought, and were really excited about it. So they thought of preserving this memory by taking a picture of the whole family in their new home. But little did they know there was someone else joining in on their celebration. A spooky figure hanging upside down from the ceiling. Now, some will argue this photo is a hoax. Its original source is unknown. The family do look like they're from the 1950s, but that's just a guess. Some say details of the photo suggest it's been altered, which would indicate a more modern origin. There's another story to this mysterious photo that states the family was aware of the body when it fell. They had just moved into the house and took the photo after dinner. As the photo was taken, the body fell from the ceiling, and the family was captured just before they reacted. Both stories are unsettling. This photo was captured by a nurse on a surveillance camera at an unknown hospital. The images show a dark, crouched figure, resembling a demon, standing on top of a patient's body who was lying in bed. The nurse also noticed the black figure walking up and down the body of the patient. Within a few hours of the dark figure's appearance, the patient had died. As creepy as it may sound, demon-like figures have been reportedly seen at hospitals. Some say hospitals are the breeding ground for demons. It's where they lurk about, waiting for the next soul to die so they can drag them to hell. However, this is of course just a theory. Its precise origin is unknown, but it traces back to at least 2013, when it was uploaded to the internet. Some paranormal investigators have speculated that the mysterious figure on top of the bed was a mythological being known as a mare. A mare is known to be an evil spirit or goblin in folklore, which rides on people's chests while they're asleep, causing bad dreams or nightmares. The mare is similar to other mythical creatures that cause sleep paralysis. Of course, these are just theories. What do you think? Is this a real demon?
Not sure what I think.
Also known as the Ghost Bridge, it is surrounded by several different versions of the story. The ghost walking the bridge is a wife who was thrown off the bridge into the water and killed by her soldier husband in the 1960s. One story also mentions that on certain nights you can see her decomposing body walking under the bridge. It is said that if you turn your car off on the bridge, it will not start again unless you push it off. Some have said that ghosts relive moments of their death. So could this be what people are seeing? The last moments of this woman's life, before she was thrown off the bridge. Union Cemetery, located in Easton, Connecticut, is considered to be one of the most haunted cemeteries in the United States. Although several ghosts have been seen at this cemetery, the White Lady happens to be the most famous sighting. Many people have managed to capture her on camera, and she has even been caught on film. She is believed to have long, dark hair, and she can be seen wearing a nightgown. Her most favourite places where she frequently makes an appearance are usually on the roadway alongside Route 59 and Route 111, where she is often hit by oncoming vehicles. There was a report of her being hit by a fireman in 1993, which left a dent on his vehicle, and he even heard a thud while hitting her. As the woman appeared in front of his car, he also saw a farmer with a straw hat sitting in the car seat beside him. The cemetery is out of bounds at night and strictly patrolled by the police. The image above appears to be her face with a stream of spooky energy alongside. This photo was taken during an investigation of Bachelor's Grove Cemetery near Chicago on August the 10th, 1991, reputed to be one of the most haunted cemeteries in the US. Bachelor's Grove has been the site of well over 100 different reports of strange phenomena. The area is extremely photogenic, and many have come away with alleged spirit forms, strange lights, shadowy figures, or full-blown apparitions. During a visit in August of 1991, Ghost Research Society members conducted a full-fledged investigation.
Movie night.
All members were given maps of the cemetery and instructed to walk through and note any changes in electronic, electromagnetic, and iron readings, as well as their own psychic experiences. After the maps were compared, it became apparent that several investigators had indicated one or two areas where unusual readings or sensory experiences were encountered. Returning to those areas, the team attempted additional tests and photographic experiments with both black and white, infrared, and other types of film. After the film was processed, it was discovered that on one frame there was the unmistakable image of a strange woman sitting on a checkerboard tombstone in an old-fashioned turn-of-the-century full-length dress. She had long brown hair and was staring off into the distance. On closer examination, parts of her body are semi-transparent, especially her head and legs. Everyone on the team was stunned with this revelation, as it seemed to coincide with the electromagnetic readings the team members were experiencing at the time. It is one of the clearest images of a ghost ever seen to date. So that was 5 creepy ghost sightings that have been caught on camera.
That's you every morning. Okay, I gotta stop it here. Oh, stop that. Stop that. Stop that. You wanna see another ghost? Boo! Okay. Okay. Siri, turn on the light. Funky monkey. Ask him so you he's just flat. He's had a long day. His booty. Was you ever tired before? I was tired before. I can't move with this funky monk. Can't move with this thing on. 4.5 pounds. Alright, let's go to sleep. Napping. Yeah, I can sleep. That don't scare me. I've seen scarier things in the mirror. I sleep like a baby. Okay, sleep with my mouth open. Good night. Pikachu. That'll have me looking. That'll have me looking at Pikachu different. If Pikachu was a ghost or something in the doll, I don't think I would care. I think I would still try to be cool with the, you know, haunted Pikachu. Yeah, but it's Pikachu. You know? That's you, Jasmine. That's you, Sleeping Beauty. Everybody, we're all sleeping beauties. Good night. Good night. Pikachu. Funky Monkey. Thanks, Monique. Yeah. Mm-hmm. Very nice. You're awesome. Bye. Hi, Caillou. Good night. a great day.